Hey guys, tonight we wander into the heart of a monastic garden, dew-soaked and silent, under moonlight petals closing like tiny cups as crickets hum in the ivy. You probably won't survive this gentle expedition without feeling unnaturally calm. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know where you're tuning in from and your local time. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step through a low stone arch into a neatly ordered physic garden where neat rows of medicinal plants stretch out like emerald tapestries. Benedictine monasteries by the 9th century maintained such gardens cultivating rue pennyroyal and wormwood for healing tonics, and yes, for quiet family planning. Too mainstream fact. The air carries a subtle tang of mint and lavender mingling with the earth's cool dampness. Your fingers brush a row of sage, its fuzzy leaves soft as kittens' ears, and you marvel that monks once studied these same textures, convinced each plant's feel hinted at its hidden power. Monks kept meticulous ledgers noting planting dates, soil mixtures, and crop yields in Latin script, so evenly spaced it could double as medieval graph paper. One record from an abbey near Chartres lists Ruta graveolens planted ap 3 harvested aug, 15 yield 2 scruples dried leaf meant for controlling excess humors in the womb. You imagine a scribe pausing to cough before scribbling quarto sexti die, possibly annoyed by a mosquito bite, adding a layer of vivid reality to those perfect lines. Historians still argue whether monastic physic gardens were intended primarily as practical medical laboratories or symbolic reflections of Eden's purity. Open scholarly debate, but either way, you can almost hear quills scratching across parchment as novices jotted notes. Fringe lore whispers that some monks sang lullabies to parsley beds, believing the vibrations coaxed more potent oils into the leaves. You grin at the mental image of Gregorian chant echoing off parsley sprigs, one of those decidedly quirky tidbits that feels both absurd and oddly charming. You tiptoe along a gravel path shaped like a scallop shell, its tiny stones crackling under your sandals. The layout itself might have served as a mnemonic map: gravel path here, planting bed there, to help novices remember which herbs belong to cooling remedies and which to warming. You think of it as medieval CrossFit memory training meets low-impact workout. Joke one flits through your mind. Who needs a gym membership when you've got gravel labyrinth cardio? The perimeter beds hold more delicate specimens. Pennyroyal's tiny violet flowers cluster close to the ground, while wormwood's silvery leaves sway with a faint metallic sheen. You pinch a leaf of pennyroyal, its minty aroma tingling at the back of your throat, remembering how later herbalists crushed those leaves into loaves or steeped them in mead as a subtle contraceptive strategy. Modern toxicologists caution that pennyroyal's oils can be harmful in large doses. Yet medieval practitioners prized its ability to temper the womb's flame. Mainstream fact. A low stone wall marks off a raised bed of rue dubbed herb of grace for its bitter aroma and reputed ability to disrupt fertility. Rue's glossy bluish-green leaves shimmer in the lamplight of your imagination, as though dusted with fairy frost. You trace a finger along the groove of a leaf, feeling its slight stickiness. A monk's marginal note Ruta used for other purposes was later blacked out by an abbot fearing censure. Historians still argue whether such redactions masked practical medical knowledge or served to uphold doctrinal purity. Open scholarly debate. Nearby, a simple wooden sign reads, Hic ruta crescit, marking the spot where the most potent rue was said to flourish under a waxing moon. Monks timed their harvest by lunar phases, convinced moonlight imbued leaves with stronger oils, an idea that defies modern chemistry but endured in gardens for centuries. You picture a monk pausing at midnight quill in one hand, lantern in the other, squinting at the sky before scribbling harvest under bright moon yields best remedy. The sensory tapestry deepens as you approach a patch of mint. Its leaves release a cooling menthol scent that tickles your nostrils and reminds you of summer foot baths. Monastic manuals recommended adding mint to mixed tonics not only for flavor, but to mask the bitter overdose of rue and wormwood. A quirky narrative claims that some novices cheekily nicknamed mint the garden's peppermint patty, though no formal record survives. Another fringe tidbit you tuck into the garden's hush. Gravel crackles beneath your feet as you reach a small cistern fed by rainwater channeled from the roof via stone gargoyles. Monks tested water quality here before using it to steep herbs. Mainstream fact. You lean over, inhaling a faint algae scent, and imagine them dropping rue leaves into the basin, then stirring with a carved willow wand. The spoon-shaped ladle they used looked more like a miniature canoe paddle, a detail scribbled in a margin so small it took modern historians decades to decipher. You step over a row of chamomile plants, their daisy-like blossoms proffering a sweet apple-like scent. Chamomile featured in soothing pillows to ease childbirth cramps, and later in menstrual regulation teas. Another glimpse at dual-use botany. You remember the nuns' chamomile faces from Section 6, when the lay sisters supposedly carved tiny smiles into petals to make the medicine friendlier. A smile-inducing fringe tidbit that softens the garden's scholarly air. The garden's symmetry hints at more than aesthetics. Raised beds aligned north-south improved sun exposure, while paths angled to catch breezes helped dry leaves for preservation. You feel the breeze carrying whispers of lavender from beyond a low hedge, and order favorite for quieting anxious hearts. You meander through that lavender as though walking through scented fog, the soft hum of bees still echoing in your mind. Everywhere you look, memory markers connect you back to other sections, the mortar and pestle rhythm in the scriptorium. Section 2, the secret codices hiding oil infusion recipes. Section 5, and the lay sisters' careful bundles of dried herbs. Section 6. These gardens formed the living workshop where monks first tested herb efficacy before committing findings to ink and vellum. As you turn to leave, you breathe in one final swirl of earth, leaf, and flower. Moss clings to the garden's low walls, its soft green inviting you to lie down and press your cheek against the cool stone. You resist the urge, no mandrake-style mishaps tonight, and step back through the arch, carrying with you the echo of centuries spent cataloging nature's pharmacy. The monastic garden's calm order remains an enduring testament to medieval botanical curiosity, where each leaf, flower, and root held potential for both healing and discreet contraception. You slip into the scriptorium, where the only light comes from beeswax candles melting in iron sconces, and the air carries the faint tang of ink, vellum, and dust-laden shelves. Here, monks hunch over massive herbals, their quills dancing across pages guided by Dioscorides' De Materia Medica and Galen's treatises on plant properties. Mainstream fact. The low scratch of quill tips against parchment merges with distant chanting, creating a soft ASMR rhythm that anchors your senses. You lean in to read a carefully penned entry. Ruta graveolens. Odor acer humoris refrigerate. Noting how Rue's pungent lore was codified centuries earlier and revered for its uterine cooling effect. Historians still argue whether these early classifications arose from empirical observation or merely reflected symbolic humoral theories, open scholarly debate. You smirk at the thought of scribes complaining about ink stains like caffeinated mustaches and wonder if they ever cursed their quills mid-script. A monk beside you flips to Mentha Puligium, his finger tracing Latin lines that describe pennyroyal's minty aroma and caution against overuse. The script reads Puligium salubris esse in magna dosis. Periculosum, a mainstream caution about toxicity you'll recall when tasting tonics later on. Marginalia reveal tiny doodles of mint leaves surrounded by swirling vines, perhaps a novice's attempt at botanical art or a secret code marking test on patient first. Fringe lore whispers that some monks used insect-dyed inks invisible except under moonlight to annotate special recipes, a sly trick to safeguard contraceptive lore from prying eyes. You imagine medieval UV pens hiding in plain sight and chuckle scratch and sniff books, more like scratch and hide. You drift to a folio on Artemisia vulgaris, its heading illuminated with gold leaf framing delicate mugwort sketches. The Latin gloss describes its dream-inducing qualities. Artemisia dulcis somnia illicit, and suggests pillow sachets stuffed with leaves for lucid visions that might guide personal health decisions. Mainstream fact. A tiny marginal note penned in a lighter shade reads, "Test on novices at your own risk," hinting at experimental uses and occasional mishaps. Historians still argue whether doctrine of signatures, where plant shapes guided use, drove practice, or served as mere mnemonic devices, open scholarly debate. You stifle a laugh at the mental image of a monk doodling a uterus shape beside mugwort entries, as though the book itself winked at its reader. Flipping further, you encounter Artemisia absinthium and Hyssopus officinalis, each accompanied by micro-illustrations, wormwood's jagged leaves, and hyssop's clustered flowers. The scribe's hand shows fatigue. Ink blots stain the margins where elaborate flourishes once danced. A second monk quietly whispers that some scriptoria tucked fragments of hyssop into page seams, hoping the scent would preserve manuscripts from mold, a quirky tidbit that blends preservation with perfumery. You inhale the faint, musty aroma and tease yourself. Medieval librarians must have smelled divine until they sneezed. A distinctive feature of these herbals is their organization. Some volumes follow an alphabetical sequence, while others group plants by hot, cold, moist, and dry categories, reflecting humoral theory. You notice an abbot's handwritten note atop the Ruta entry, debating whether rue belongs under cold for its chilling effect or dry for its desiccating oils. Historians still argue whether such thematic groupings improved practical use or merely reinforced theological paradigms, open scholarly debate. You imagine a monk grumbling, "Next time I'll just cross-reference in my memory rather than rearrange the entire shelf." The first joke of the section flickering like candlelight. Errors crept in too. A miscopied glyph once transformed Ruta into Rura, causing some monasteries to cultivate an entirely different plant burdock instead of rue for decades. Mainstream fact tells us scribal mistakes shaped herbal practice as much as careful study. Fringe tales claim an abbot publicly banished a scribe who penned Ruta in vino incertum under a wine recipe, insisting he'd invented a fertility marinade by accident. You lean back and smile at the absurdity. Typos killed more wombs than wars. You muse your second joke, dancing softly in the hush. In Toledo's school of translators, Christian and Muslim scholars worked side by side to render Arabic herbals into Latin. You recall Section three's journeys and spot a Latin-Arabic interlinear gloss, Ruta al-Arba, blending traditions across continents. Mainstream fact. A marginal Arabic note reads, Bima Yuharim al-Zuruf, hinting that some recipes were adapted for different containers rather than different crops. Historians still argue whether these translations faithfully preserved original dosages or introduced local biases. Open scholarly debate. You imagine medieval pharmacists sniff-testing each folio like spice merchants, effectively inventing the first scratch-and-sniff herbals joke 3 before you settle back and let the candles glow. Wash your thoughts in warm amber light. As the quill scrapes its final strokes outside your ear, you close the herbal gently and lift your gaze to the vaulted ceiling's dark rafters. The scriptorium's hush feels sacred, a living bridge between garden and apothecary, between plant and patient. You sense the breath of every monk who pored over these pages, each ink stroke a testament to curiosity and caution. With rue pennyroyal, mugwort, and wormwood codified in these leather-bound volumes, the monastic garden's living catalog became the foundation for discreet contraception across medieval Europe. You rise softly, fingertips dusted with leftover pigment, ready to follow the candlelit corridors onward where rituals await in next hidden corners of this botanical labyrinth. You slip through an arched doorway into a cool, torch-lit corridor where the faint scent of old parchment mingles with resinous incense. The walls here bear carved niches filled with stacks of rolled scrolls. Greek treatises, Arabic pharmacopoeias, and Latin translations. Caretakers of herbal wisdom crisscrossing medieval Christendom. Mainstream fact. Your footsteps echo softly on flagstones polished by pilgrim sandals as you follow a line of narrow windows that glow with waning daylight, guiding you toward the great hall of knowledge transmission. Inside a semicircle of heavy wooden desks, curves beneath a domed ceiling adorned with frescoes of winged Mercury. Patron of knowledge in tow, his caduceus, entwined with vine motifs that mirror the botanical illustrations penned here centuries ago. You settle at one desk, its surface etched with countless quill marks, and inhale the mingled aromas of beeswax candles ink from oak gall vats and the faint musk of vellum aged by Mediterranean sun. Historians still argue whether these translation workshops prioritized medical accuracy or more fanciful curiosity. Open scholarly debate. At the center, a Byzantine manuscript lies. Open pages of compact uncial script detail a recipe for parsley syrup to chill the womb's fervor. A translator in a scholar's robe dips his quill into deep brown ink and inscribes Latin characters above the Greek lines Syrupus Petroselini. You watch his hand steady despite the languid flicker of candlelight, and imagine the many eyes that scrutinized each word for fidelity. Fringe lore insists that some scribes secretly added marginal comments in Old Provençal, so local users could decipher clandestine recipes, tiny annotations hidden like botanical Easter eggs. Nearby, 3 translators lean close over an Arabic codex, their Latin interlinear glosses aligning with swirling Arabic script. You hear the soft susurration of their whispered debate. Might Asad al-Jazar refer to carrot seed, not just generic root? A faint cough interrupts them, perhaps an allergic reaction to aloes wood spices infused in the ink, adding a human tick to this solemn chore. Joke 1 drifts through your mind. Proof that medieval allergy season peaked in the scriptorium. The hall's solid oak doors stand open to a quieter chamber where scribes work by narrow windows overlooking cloistered gardens. You wander in, drawn by the distant chirrup of swallows nesting in the eaves. On a slanted desk, a Spanish scholar aligns a margin note from Constantine the African, alongside Arabic explanations of silphium's resinous virtues, another thread in the tapestry of herbal exchange. Mainstream fact tells us Constantine's 11th century translations bridged North African and European medicinal thought, enriching monastic apothecaries' repertoires. You trace the arabesque patterns with your finger as though reading touch ink. Midway down the room, a slender monk adjusts a wooden volvel, a rotating parchment wheel inserted into a herbal treatise to calculate optimal harvest dates by moon phase. As he turns it, you hear a soft creak, an analog precursor to today's apps, a mechanical moon timer ensuring herbs like rue and mandrake met their lunar charges. Historians still argue whether Volvel significantly improved dosage consistency or simply entertained novice herbalists' open scholarly debate. You can't help but grin at the thought of a medieval moon app with zero battery life. A low murmur rises as a parchment is passed from desk to desk. A newly translated excerpt from Avicenna's canon describes alum and fig pessaries used in Cordoba. Translators in Toledo adapted the text, adding local footnotes on pomegranate rind and tamarind. Pulp practical editions matching their own Andalusian gardens yields. You imagine a stack of earlier editions piled beside this one, each slightly thicker as more glosses and recipes aggregated over decades. Fringe tradition holds that some translators used hidden code words like roses at dawn to mark updated contraceptive formulas, a playful nod that only insiders decoded. You lean against a carved wooden pillar and admire how each desk's carved vine motif arcs into the other's connecting tables like a living diagram of intellectual branching. A faint scratch echoes as a scribe tests pen nibs against a grindstone repurposed from a mill, a detail noted in a Latin marginalia as sibilant whetstone for quill upkeep. You chuckle. Medieval DIY quill sharpeners, a hobby for the ink-obsessed. From a tiny side window, you glimpse lantern-lit processions of novices carrying newly copied manuscripts down stone steps into vaults where they'll dry under careful fumigation. The vault's earthy scent, equal parts damp stone myrrh smoke and aged paper, wafts in when the door opens, greeting you with a cool hush. You inhale deeply, letting the fragrance wrap around you like a library fresh blanket. A senior translator beckons you to examine an illumination, a Kufar Valencian-style floral border encircling an Arabic recipe for rue-infused oil. The reproduction of an eastern flower, its petals improbably blue, seems both an artistic flourish and a botanical mystery. Historians still argue whether some illuminations reflected real specimens or idealized versions meant to honor esteemed sources' open scholarly debate. You trace the delicate gold leaf petals and reflect on how art and science intermingled in these quiet workshops. Across the hall, an assistant places a finished folio on a drying rack. Individual pages leached of excess moisture, their ink settling into the vellum. A clerk measures the humidity by eye, tilting the page until a silvery glint flickers on the surface, signaling optimal dryness. You note this archaic quality control alongside modern humidity meters nodding at the diligent precision maintained without electronics. In the corner, a half-finished palimpsest lies exposed, an older, erased text peeking beneath fresh Latin script. You catch glimpses of Greek letters and the faint silhouette of earlier remedies, possibly pagan or Neoplatonic in origin, later overwritten by Christian monks to align with approved doctrine. Fringe rumor claims some palimpsests preserved forbidden texts on reproductive magic, their ghostly words emerging only when candles burned low, an archival intrigue that tingles the imagination. A soft cough draws you back to the semicircle of desks. The candle flames gutter now as dusk deepens and the scribes wrap their cotton sleeves around fresh quills. You rise, fingertips ghosting over a stack of newly bound pages ready for distribution to monasteries across Europe. You can almost hear the cart's wheels rattling over cobblestones as these herbals depart. Toledo, Chartres, and Salerno carrying contraceptive lore etched in ink and whispered in margins to distant abbeys and noble courts. You step out through the archway into a dim corridor where tapers guide you onward. The distant murmur of multiple languages, Latin, Greek, Arabic, echoes in your mind, a polyphonic lullaby of cross-cultural exchange. You feel the weight of centuries pressing gently on your shoulders, each translation a gesture of shared curiosity and discreet collaboration. As you move forward, you carry with you the resonant hush of parchment halls ready to explore the next secret chapter in this monastic labyrinth of botanical marvels. You slip into a shadowed orchard alcove where moonlight filters through gnarled branches, illuminating a single mandrake plant standing like a dark sentinel in the soft grass. Its broad leaves fan out in a silent radial pattern, and you crouch low, inhaling the earthy scent of damp soil mixed with a faint acetone tang thanks to its alkaloids that medieval physicians prized for anesthetic and fertility. Uses alike mainstream fact. A hush falls around you, broken only by a distant owl's call, as you lean forward to examine the root's humanoid twists, each gnarled limb frozen in vegetal petrifaction. Legends insisted that pulling a mandrake from the earth unleashed a shriek so piercing it could crack stone. To harvest one safely, harvesters tied ropes around its trunk and led a dog tied on the other end to yank it free while the monk or farmer hid in a barrel with ears stuffed with wax. You picture the scene in flickering candlelight, a faithful hound lunging at the rope mandrake root tearing free, and the poor dog racing off while the human stays clean-eared but surrounded by uprooted soil. Historians still argue whether these elaborate uprooting rituals served genuine safety concerns or simply sprouted as theatrical folklore, open scholarly debate. A quirky rumor claims some herbalists trained geese to pull mandrakes because their morning gabble would muffle screams better than dogs' barks. You can't help but smirk at the image of a gaggle of geese tackling mystical roots in the dark, honking in triumph as each mandrake surfaced. Joke 1 flits through your mind. Medieval root extraction goose edition now featuring free earplugs. Ancient herbals like the late 15th century Hortus Sanitatis dedicated entire chapters to mandrake's virtues and aesthetic powders for surgery, fertility potions for childless couples, and even love filters promising to unlock hearts. You trace your finger over the phrase Radix mandragorae somnolentia ut roborat corpus, noting how its sleep-inducing reputation made it both a blessing and a curse. You remember the dream-enhancing mugwort from Section 2? And see a pattern monastic medicine often straddled the line between healing and hallucination. The orchard air carries a whisper of wind through rusty gate hinges. You step back to admire the plant's strange symmetry. Two joined lobes at the root's top resembling tiny twin torsos, a fringe detail that gave rise to folk warnings against planting mandrake too close to courtyards, lest it spawn grotesque doppelgangers. You imagine an orchard dotted with black-clad monks recoiling from such uncanny growths, whispering prayers to ward off evil spirits. Historians still argue whether these botanical taboos grew from pagan superstition or Christian moralizing about humaniform plants. Open scholarly debate. Soft moss cushions your knees as you settle beside the mandrake's bed fingertips, brushing over its pulse-like thickenings. A marginal note in a secret codex once claimed that drawing the plant under a waning moon yielded sterile grace, while harvesting under a full moon conferred passion's reign. You recall the lunar planting lore in Section 1's Garden Rose, and the cyclical moon wheels from Section 3's Volvels. Moonlight and Mandrake seemed locked in nightly rendezvous, each phase promising unique herbal potency. A tender breeze carries the scent of nearby lavender hedges, a callback to Section 6's Lay Sisters, bundling lavender for sachets, mixing with mandrake's sharper aroma to create an odd sensory cocktail. You inhale deeply the lavender's calm note, tempering the mandrake's heady earthiness. A playful aside surfaces mandrake spa treatment comes with free hypnosis. That's joke 2 nestled in the garden's hush. Beneath a low branch, you notice tiny rootlets sprouting minuscule mandrake mimicries. Plantlets that looked more like baby carrots than humanoid figures. Some medieval texts insisted these man-child offshoots possessed nearly the same magical force as the mother root, a fringe claim that fueled mad scramble hunts across Europe. You imagine novices traipsing through undergrowth at dawn, searching for tiny human-shaped carrots, their wicker baskets piled high with hopes of potent powders. Modern botanists scoff, yet the fervor endures in folklore. Historians still argue whether these offshoots ever held real medicinal value or simply symbolized generational magic. Open scholarly debate. Night insects chirp as you reach for a small leather-bound notebook recalling Section 5's hidden manuscripts. You open it to a crudely sketched illustration showing a mandrake root adorned with tiny iron rings, suppose soundproofing collars forged by monks too afraid to risk canine helpers. A nearby margin reads, "Iron keeps demons at bay, but the root still screams." You chuckle softly. Medieval soundproofing, courtesy of early DIY acoustics, joke 3. You kneel to inspect the soil around the root base. It's loamy, enriched by monastic compost where oak leaves straw and kitchen scraps fermented into fertile humus. Monks observed that mandrake thrived here, mainstream fact. Yet they buried its seeds deep, fearing stray seedlings might sprout hallucinogenic nightmares. You brush crumbly earth aside, imagining seeds slipping into loam under cloistered surveillance, then waiting years for the right moment to burst forth in uncanny form. The orchard hush deepens as you stand brushing off moss from your robes. You trace a final glance at the mandrake's humanoid curves, recalling its dual reputation as healer and trickster. Couples seeking fertility embraced its anesthetic charms. Surgeons coveted its numbness, charlatans prized its demonology. You sense the weight of centuries leaning in where each pull of a root entwined faith, fear, and botanical curiosity in equal measure. As you step away from the mandrake alcove, the owl's hoot follows you down the gravel path. Its echo rolls through moonlit trees and lavender borders, weaving this strange roots legacy into the nightly choir of garden sounds. You carry with you the echo of its fabled shriek, softened now by laughter and legend, ready to wander toward the next hidden chamber of medieval contraceptive lore. You slip through a narrow door concealed behind a tapestry of twisting vines, an entrance you might have missed had you not noticed the faint glimmer of candlelight dancing off gilt edges. Beyond lies a vaulted chamber lined with oak shelves, their surfaces crowded with leather-bound folios whose spines bear cryptic labels Herbarium Occultum Cautela Uteri, and one simply stamped with a tiny rose icon. These hidden manuscripts contained monastic contraceptive lore tucked within lavish illumination's mainstream fact, and you settle before a low lectern, its carved initials worn smooth by centuries of careful hands. As you open the first codex, the scent of aged vellum and beeswax drifts up, a gentle whisper of lavender and ink. The pages themselves are masterpieces, hot pink borders studded with gold leaf flowers that sparkle like distant stars. Yet, among the floral scrollwork, you notice tiny cipher symbols woven into vine tendrils, crosses, dots, and curious triangles that encode dosages of rue powder or pennyroyal oil. You trace one looping vine that morphs into a series of Greek letters, an Arabic gloss, slipped into Latin text to cloak the recipe in multilingual secrecy. Historians still argue whether these marginal ciphers served primarily as security measures or as mnemonic devices for initiated monks. Open scholarly debate. In one corner of the page, a delicately painted bird holds a tiny scroll in its beak, the ink on the scroll shimmering only when the candle is tilted. Just so a fringe tidbit you discover when your finger nudges the page at the perfect angle. Some claim the ink was made from crushed insect shells that reacted to heat, revealing hidden instructions only under the glow of a lamp's warmth. You can't help but smirk at the image, medieval spy novels, but with more mint oil joke one fluttering softly in your mind. Beneath the bird and illuminated R begins a recipe. Ruta gravelans in oleo aliquot, dry rue in measured oil. The main text simply lists rue's culinary uses for flavoring stews, but the marginal note written in invisible carbon ink details how to infuse rue in heated almond oil. Strain it thrice and apply it as a topical barrier. You recall the oil-infused pessaries from Section 7 and see how this hidden instruction bridged kitchen and bedchamber rituals. A gentle aside drifts through your thoughts. Move over Martha Stewart, here comes Brother Gregory. Joke 2 trailing behind. You turn the page to find a miniature folding flap bound into the vellum soft leather dyed green. Lifting it reveals a shriveled packet of real dried pennyroyal leaves pressed between pages like a secret bookmark. The scribe's neat hand has scrawled Soluta in vino rubro ad usum, mulierum, dissolve in red wine for women's use, a clear nod to the feminine audience for this clandestine knowledge. Mainstream fact tells us such physical inserts safeguarded rare herb samples for direct comparison against garden harvests. You inhale the faint minty residue still clinging to the leather and imagine a novice monk holding it like a precious relic. Fringe tradition holds that some monasteries hid these scrap samples inside hollowed quill pens, their tips sealed with wax so only the unwrapping eye could glimpse the tiny leaves. You picture a monk writing chapter headings in rue-stained ink, and then pausing to pocket the quill before archdeacons arrived, an act of botanical subterfuge worthy of its own whisper campaign. Historians still argue whether such smuggled herb samples ever made it beyond one or two cloisters or remained local curiosities, open scholarly debate. The chamber's hush deepens as you approach another manuscript whose binding is reinforced with iron clasps etched in floral patterns. You unlatch one catch with a soft click and tilt the book toward the lamp. Its pages are adorned with tiny hidden pop-up tabs that reveal dosage tables when lifted one row for scruples of silphium resin, or its medieval substitute, another for mandrake powder measured in drams. You gently raise a tab and read the faded script, Una drachma productum in massa lanificia, 1 dram incorporated into wool mass. You recall Section 9's wool and vinegar barriers and see a through line. These hidden tablets ensured precise replication of barrier methods. A playful thought tickles your senses. Pop-up books for covert birth control joke 3 forming as you imagine a medieval edition slipping under novice pillows. You tuck away the image like a whispered giggle in candlelit corners. Leaning back, you notice the carved capitals on the lectern's sides, entwined mandrake roots, and veritable mandalas of rue leaves echoing the mandrake folklore from Section 4. The artistry suggests these codices were as much devotional artifacts as practical handbooks. Each illuminator poured hours into gilding petals and painting microscopic insects, the very same chitin that later legend claimed infused hidden inks for secret recipes. A low draft stirs the pages and you hear the soft rustle of vellum. The next book you open bears a simple gilt emblem of a closed eye. Within recipes for dream-inducing mugs of mugwort tea are sketched in brain-like lobes alongside a penciled note. Test lunar tincture and dreamwork for dosage adjustments. A callback to Section 14's dream herbs and lunar lore. You follow the scalloped border until it loops back on itself, reminding you of Section 1's scallop shell garden paths and Section 3's moon phase volvels. The manuscript's margins feel like a hidden conversation spanning many sections of your journey. Just beyond, a tiny slip of parchment falls from between pages. It's a letter from one abbot to another, pleading for more discreet storage. Please keep these herbals under lock and key lest the Inquisitor demands their spines for display. The letter's tone is urgent, yet polite, revealing how monasteries balanced doctrinal caution with medical necessity. You whisper. Turns out paper trail can be a trap absorbing the codex's layered tension. You close the manuscript gently, the candle's glow reflecting off golden vines that traced every corner. The shelves behind you hold more volumes waiting to share their secrets, each bound in dyed leather indicating topical categories: green for cooling herbs, crimson for warming, violet for sedatives. You imagine codex librarians retrieving these books under the cover of darkness, cross-referencing recipes with garden yields and painful trial notes scrawled in leather of remorse. Stepping away, you lift a final tome whose cover bears only a gilded key. Inside, the entry under Azimai Funiculi describes fennel recipes for warding seed passage, while a marginal annotation in Greek letters spells out a cipher key for decoding similar recipes elsewhere. This codex served as both glossary and decoder ring, a medieval Rosetta Stone of contraception. Historians still argue whether such master keys circulated widely or remained jealously guarded within a handful of abbacies' open scholarly debate. You tilt the lamp lower and let the candle's warmth pool at the page's edge. The hidden manuscripts with their pop-up tables, leather flaps, and secret inks reveal how monks balance devotion, discretion, and scientific curiosity. Their illuminated margins echo the rhythms of whispered prayers and the clack of mortar and pestle from section 2 weaving sound, sight, and smell into a tapestry of hidden care. As you close the book, the gilded pages sigh softly and the chamber's hush reclaims you. You rise fingertips tinged with faint gold dust and tuck a memory of secret scripts into your mind's pocket. Beyond this ornate sanctuary lie more corridors, more codices, and more quiet revolutions in herbal contraception, waiting to unfold under candlelight's gentle watch. You step through an unassuming wooden gate into a sun-dappled walled garden where lay sisters women without full vows kneel in hushed rows between fragrant beds. Their woolen habits brush against rosemary and lavender, and you inhale a gentle wave of herbal musk mingled with warm earth, an aroma recalling Section 1's monastic beds but softer, more intimate. By the 13th century, many convents entrusted these sisters with physic garden labor harvesting and preparing delicate remedies for infirmaries and cloistered elites alike, mainstream fact. You settle on a low stone bench, marveling at how their steady hands shaped the very basis of medieval contraception. Sister Beatrice moves with purposeful grace, scissors in one hand and a woven basket in the other, snipping pennyroyal blossoms at just the right height to maximize essential oils. She hums a simple chant, perhaps a mnemonic device or a prayer of thanks, while her fingers nimbly strip basil seeds and wild carrot leaves into neat piles. Historians still argue whether these chants served mnemonic or purely spiritual roles, but either way, their gentle cadence guides each sister's work, open scholarly debate. You imagine the scriptorium's quills tapping in section 2, and here the scissors snip becomes its softer counterpart in feminine collaboration. At the far end, Sister Marguerite sorts row upon row of rue sprigs, her fingertips plucking only the youngest, most potent leaves. A playful rumor whispers that some sisters inscribed tiny faces on chamomile petals before drying them, believing the herb's gentle empathy would be enhanced by a smile quirky tidbit. You chuckle at the thought. Medieval mood rings meet floral doodles and joke one flits through your mind. Mood chamomile because sadness needs a mascot. Between beds, narrow gravel paths sparkle underfoot. The sisters tread lightly, avoiding soil compaction, an early form of garden yoga that you imagine marketed today as low-impact fitness. You lean forward to examine a shallow trough of mint where Sister Helena gently stirs fresh sprigs in a basin of rainwater, collected from the cloister roofs, a renewal ritual echoing Section 1's cisterns and Section 7's oil infusions. The water's faint peppermint scent tingles in your nostrils, and you muse, Hydration Station Medieval Edition. Behind them, a low arbor shelters a crude stone mortar and pestle, set relatives of the more polished scriptorium tools from Section 2. Here lay sisters grind ajwain seeds and coriander berries, each grind, producing a rhythmic clack-clack that harmonizes with distant chant. You recall the scriptorium's inkpot scratch, and see how mortar and quill together formed monastic medicine's heartbeat. A fringe tale claims some sisters mix their own hair into mortar to bind personal essence to the remedy, a truly bespoke pharmacy service that blurs the line between science and superstition. Quirky tidbit. Personalized medicine you think with free follicle garnish joke too. Drifting with the clack of stone. A low stone table near the herb drying racks bears small woven baskets of fresh violet petals. Sister Agnes gently lays petals on linen cloths, each blossom annotated in her neat hand on parchment slips beneath harvest date moisture level, and a discreet lunar phase symbol. Modern scholars marvel at these early quality control measures mainstream fact, while debating whether the lunar glyphs held scientific merit or provided comforting ritual structure. Open scholarly debate. You picture these symbols swirling like tiny moons beneath pressed petals, an echo of Section three's moon phase volvels. You stroll between rows of motherwort and mugwort inhaling their camphor sweet scents. The sisters collect leaves for dream pillows later tested by novitiates in Section 14's dream-inducing rites. One recalls that a certain Sister Cecilia once tucked a horsehair into a mugwort sachet, believing it galvanized dreams to prance like steeds, a fringed tidbit that conjures images of galloping visions beneath lulled eyelids. Equestrian trance therapy, you quip silently, coming soon to your consciousness. Joke 3 grazed softly against the garden's hush. Nearby, a small alcove houses woven baskets of dried lavender bundles bound with flax twine. Lay sisters crushed flowers lightly by hand, releasing the lavender's soothing oils before packaging them for pillow sachets. You recall Section 16's bedchamber sachets, and link how these same bundles traveled from garden to boudoir, weaving continuity between public harvesting and private ritual. A sister dips into a basket, releasing a poof of petals that drift like sleepy confetti in the late afternoon breeze. You crouch to examine raised beds of wild fennel and dill, their feathery fronds dancing in the breeze. The sisters tease apart delicate umbels, dropping seeds into clay bowls with a satisfying plop. These seeds would later become key ingredients in contraceptive tonics described in Section 8, bringing the garden's yield full circle. Historians still argue whether fennel's diuretic action contributed to birth control efficacy or merely aided digestion. In the aftermath of heavier herbs, open scholarly debate. You puff a fennel seed and taste its licorice warmth, thinking, who knew uterus tuning started in salad medieval culinary crossover? In a shaded corner, ritual incense, frankincense, and myrrh blended with crushed rose petals burns in a shallow censer. Sisters winnow ashes over drying herb piles, believing the fragrant smoke warded off pests and blessed each harvest. This practice evokes Section 7's candlelit ritual preparations and Section 5's hidden manuscripts scented with beeswax. The incense's resinous swirl wraps around you, and you can almost hear the faint flick of hymnals in the refectory beyond. As dusk falls, the sisters gather beneath an ivy-clad arch to recite vespers before storing the day's harvest in airy racks. Their voices rise in gentle unison, weaving psalms into the garden's closing ritual, a pastoral lullaby to accompany their toil. The arc of their song recalls the chant-like hum you heard in the scriptorium, drawing a through line between manual labor and spiritual devotion. You stand and brush gravel from your knees, carrying a sprig of lavender from Sister Agnes's basket as a discreet token of gratitude. Its soft purple buds feel cool against your palm, and you tuck it into your robe, mindful of its journey from seed to sachet. The garden gate creaks gently as you push it open, the last rays of sun slipping away to give way to lantern light. As you exit, the hush of graved stone and flowering vines lingers in your senses, the snip of scissors, the clack of pestles, the whirl of incense smoke, and the sisters' shared hum, each a note in the monastic symphony of care. You carry forward their work ethic and whispered prayers, ready to venture toward the next secret chamber of medieval contraceptive mastery. You slip down a narrow spiral staircase into a subterranean chamber where only flickering beeswax candles wink against rough-hewn stone walls. The air is thick with the heady warmth of heated oils and herbal vapors, and the gentle drip of melting wax echoes like a soft heartbeat. Here in this tucked-away alcove, monks and lay sisters perform the ritual preparations that transformed garden yields into discreet contraceptive pessaries, mainstream fact. You step forward to a low oaken table, its surface lined with copper bowls, glass vials, and lengths of fine muslin cloth, ready for the sacred alchemy about to unfold. A sister in a simple wool habit kneels beside a shallow basin of olive oil warmed by a hidden lamp flame. She lowers her fingers into the oil, stirring in crushed rue leaves until their bitter aroma rises in a warm plume. The oil sizzles softly. Recall the oil infusions you witnessed in Section 5, while she murmurs a brief prayer. Through humble plant may private peace prevail. Historians still argue whether these invocations were genuine spiritual appeals or mnemonic devices ensuring precise stirring times, open scholarly debate. You lean closer, inhaling the pungent rue olive blend that melds bitterness with smooth richness, and imagine your own hands guiding each rotation with reverent care. Across the table, another sister dips a slender iron spatula into a dish of powdered pennyroyal, then measures 2 scruples against the flickering lamplight, careful not to let stray motes escape. She adds the bright green powder to the rue-infused oil, stirring clockwise with a carved bone spatula, an ancient symbol of continuity from the scriptorium's quill nibs in Section 2. Each clack of the spatula against the copper bowl echoes like a whispered chant. Clack, pause, clack, and you feel your breathing sync with the measured rhythm. Joke one surfaces, who needs a metronome when you've got pennyroyal percussion? A low hum of chant drifts through a narrow slit in the wall, perhaps vespers from the cloister above, creating an auditory cocoon that keeps the world at bay. The sister lifts a piece of fine muslin cloth and dips it into the aromatic oil mixture. The fabric unfurls, soaking up the bitter greens, then folds into a neat square. She presses the cloth between her palms, coaxing out bubbles and ensuring every fiber absorbs the remedy. You recall the wool and vinegar barriers of Section 9 and see how this oil-infused muslin represents a refined evolution, gentler, more aromatic, and steeped in prayerful intention. Next, a monk in woolen sleeves retrieves a small jar of violet petal infusion, its delicate purple sheen catching candlelight like tiny embers. He pours a thin ribbon of violet oil into the bowl, tinting the rue pennyroyal mix with a soft lavender hue. The melding scents bitter rue, minty pennyroyal, floral violet converge into a harmonious lullaby for the senses. Fringe lore suggests some herbalists added a single drop of silphium resin to the blend when it was available, believing its mythic potency would seal the remedy's vow. Though most experts doubt silphium survived into this period, quirky tidbit that hints at medieval hopefulness. You catch a fleeting aroma of resin and think, if alchemy had a scent, this would be it. The chant subsides as the sister lays out small squares of oiled muslin on a wooden board. She places handfuls of lint fine wool fibers saved from sheep shearing into the center of each square, then wraps the cloth around the lint, twisting the edges to form tiny plugs. The result looks like miniature wrapped parcels, each one a testament to quiet ingenuity. The lint you remember was prized for absorbency in Section 9's vinegar barriers, but here it serves to hold the oil in place against the body. Historians still argue whether oil-based pessaries truly prevented conception or simply distracted with their pungent warmth, open scholarly debate. You pick up one parcel feeling its soft resilience and the warmth seeping through the cloth. A sister passes a bowl of crushed myrrh resin, its dark granules shimmering under the lamps. She shakes a light dusting of myrrh onto the lined-up pessaries, the resin's dry, incense-like scent, mingling with the richer oil base. Myrrh, prized since antiquity, served both as preservative and mild anesthetic mainstream fact. Yet its inclusion here suggests a dual-role scent to mask bitterness and slight numbing to ease fullness. Joke, too, drifts through your mind, myrrh, because sometimes you need your birth control to smell like church. You notice a small iron cage tucked in a corner, a scaled-down version of the mandrake cages from Section 4. Though meant for mandrake harvests here, it holds dried catnip and lavender bundles to scent the room and calm sisterly nerves during these tense proceedings. The sister lifts one bundle and waves it gently, releasing a soothing cloud of herb smoke that drifts over the pessaries, imparting an extra layer of fragrance. Fringe tradition claims the smoke also disinfected the tools, a medieval multi-purpose hack that blends ritual and hygiene. As the final pessaries rest on a bed of dried lavender petals, the group gathers for a brief blessing. A monk sprinkles consecrated water over the wooden board, chanting softly, "May this labor remain hidden from prying eyes, and may its fruit be spared." The droplets of water sizzle faintly on the oil-soaked cloth, sending up tiny hisses that harmonize with the last toll of the distant vesper bell. You feel the tension dissolve as the ritual closes the hush, giving way to a serene sense of completion. One sister carefully places the crafted pessaries into a lined wooden box, its lid inscribed with tiny runic symbols to ward off accidental discovery. A callback to the hidden manuscript ciphers of Section 5. Inside each plug sits cushioned in lavender, ready for discreet delivery to those in need. You imagine a nun discreetly slipping the box under a novice's robe, or a messenger carrying it in a leather satchel, the contents concealed by floral embroidery on its exterior. Historians still argue whether such boxes traveled widely or remained local treasures within a single convent, open scholarly debate. With the ritual complete, you rise on unsteady legs, the chamber's warmth and the oil's weight lingering in your senses. Candlelight dances across the bowls and cloth, and the metal of the spatula gleams one last time before being set aside. The smell of rue violet, pennyroyal, and myrrh swirls around you like a fragrant lullaby, and you close your eyes, letting the sensory tapestry ease you toward calm. You step back into the stairwell, the scent fading to a gentle whisper as cooler air greets your cheeks. Your fingers still carry the faint stickiness of oil and resin, a tactile reminder of sacred preparation. Ahead lies more hidden corridors and secret chambers where medieval contraceptive craftsmanship awaited in soft, candlelit gatherings. You descend each step echoing like a final prayer, carrying with you the hush and reverence of this ritual space. You slip into the quiet warmth of a tiled apothecary alcove, where the air is thick with the scent of simmering spices and sweet honey. Copper cauldrons rest on iron braziers, their surfaces dotted with charred residue from countless brews. This is where medieval tonics, potent aromatic blends designed for discreet fertility control, took shape, and you settle onto a low stool beside a wide stone basin filled with crushed coriander seeds, Juan berries, and a gleaming pot of amber honey. Mainstream fact: soft embers glow beneath the basin, casting gentle ripples of light across the apprentices' upturned faces as they ready utensils. A sister in a simple wool habit ladles just enough water into the basin to cover a layer of lightly toasted coriander, its tiny spheres mottled brown and sandy gold. She stirs clockwise with a wooden spoon carved from elder wood, a symbolic nod to the plant's lore of renewal, her movements slow and deliberate. Historians still argue whether stirring direction held any measurable effect, or served mainly as a ritual mnemonic for dosage consistency, open scholarly debate. You lean in, inhaling coriander's citrusy warmth, and imagine the early medieval palate delighting in this aromatic note. As the water simmers, a novice adds crushed ajwain berries, also called bishop's weed, for their peppery, thyme-like bite. Ajwain's carminative properties earned it praise for soothing cramps and closing the secret gate, according to a 12th century Persian herbal text later adapted in Europe. Fringe lore claims some orders believed ajwain's potent aroma also masked stronger abortifacient herbs, allowing tonics to circulate under the guise of digestive remedies. Quirky tidbit that hints at clandestine creativity. You visualize sisters giggling as they mixed ajwain under watchful eyes, joking peppermint. Who? A touch of honey transforms the bubbling brew. The master apothecary pours in a slow ribbon of golden nectar, its viscosity catching the candlelight like liquid sun. Honey was prized as both preservative and sweetener, binding powdered herbs and ensuring each draft remained palatable mainstream fact. You taste a drop on your fingertip. Smooth sweetness floods your tongue, tempered by coriander's warmth and ajwain's gentle sting. It's oddly comforting, like a medieval hot toddy, minus the alcohol, and you murmur, "The only time you'll wish for extra honey in your cup." Joke one floating on the scented steam. An assistant retrieves a small vial of spiced wine, sometimes used to fortify these tonics, and drips in a thimbleful. The wine's redness deepens the brew's color, turning it a burnished copper. Some recipes called for red wine not for potency, but to symbolize the blood of life, a poetic addition that blurred medicinal function with symbolic resonance. You picture guests at a noble court sipping this tonic after banquets, raising eyebrows at its sweet warmth, another subtle nod to discreet usage. A playful aside drifts through your thoughts. Medieval mulled spiced wine, just with extra privacy measures, joke too smoothed by the brew's warmth. The cauldron hissed and simmered, and the sister skimmed off foam with a fine mesh strainer borrowed from the kitchen, another sign of crossover between culinary and medical worlds. You recall Section 1's parsley garden and Section 15's spice caravans, tracing coriander's journey from monastic beds to urban apothecaries. Historians still argue whether coriander's mild diuretic action genuinely contributed to contraceptive efficacy or mostly aided digestion. To mask stronger herbs' bitterness, open scholarly debate. After 10 minutes of gentle heating, the master apothecary lifts the strainer, letting the liquid drip back into the basin. The spent seeds rest like scattered fossils in the strainer's bowl. You lean down to examine them, noting their crushed husks release a final burst of essential oils as they cool. One fringe account claims that some pharmacists dried these husks into powders and sprinkled them over linens to ward off unwanted advances, a quirky tidbit that blurs medicinal use with social control. You smile, imagining medieval linen sprays boasting lightly spiced protection. A second sister pours the tonic into small pewter cups, each engraved with a tiny rose motif, indicating for women's health. The cups clink softly as they land on a carved oak tray lined with violet petals. You pick one up and feel its cool metal warm quickly in your palm. Bringing it to your lips, you take a careful sip, savoring the honey's sweetness. Coriander's citrus whisper, ajwain's peppery nudge, and the faint burn of wine. The flavors meld into a cohesive lullaby for the senses, an intimate ceremony in every draft. Textual notes beside the brewing station warn 3 sips by firelight, no more lest humors err. You recall the chant-timed oil rituals in Section 7, and see how tonics, too, demanded strict pacing. Historians still argue whether prescribed dosages reflected empirical observations or served to structure consumption for social decorum, open scholarly debate. You imagine a noblewoman gingerly sipping 3 cups by the hearth, reciting prayers between each taste, each sip marking a moment of mindfulness. A playful anecdote arises in your mind. Medieval happy hour. 2 sips and you'll be too mellow to notice dinner's over joke, 3 scented by the tonic's warmth. You ponder how this beverage doubled as comfort and control, a sweet evening ritual cloaked in practicality. The sisters gather to bottle any leftover tonic in small ceramic flasks, sealed with beeswax and labeled in invisible ink technique, borrowed from Section 5's hidden manuscripts. Each flask bears a faint botanical print: coriander seed clusters, ajwain berries, and a stylized honeycomb. These portable potions would travel to noble courts and remote villages alike, providing discreet family planning far from monastic gardens. Fringe lore says travelers sometimes carried tonics in hollowed walking sticks, another layer of concealment for the well-prepared pilgrim. As you rise from the stool, the cauldron's embers gutter to coals and the apothecaries begin cleaning copper bowls. The scented steam fades, leaving a whisper of honeyed spice in the air. You inhale one last time, letting coriander's bright note and ajwain's warmth mingle with the sweetness of memory. Ahead lies more hidden corridors where colder vinegars, Section 9 and aromatic salves, Section 16 await. But this moment of tonic alchemy carries you forward like a sweet lullaby. You step toward the chamber's archway, candlelight flickering off polished stone. The pewter cup's empty weight lingers in your hand, a tangible echo of centuries-old recipes and clandestine rituals. With each footstep you carry the warmth of honey, the cheer of spice, and the hush of hidden practice into the next secret chapter of this nocturnal botanical odyssey. You slip into a shadowed apothecary annex lined with rough-sawn benches and baskets brimming with raw materials, wool tufts, fine flax-lint, and large crocks of sharp vinegar whose corks hiss when loosened. A faint tang of acetic acid mingles with the sweeter scents of earlier salves, reminding you of Section 7's oil-infused muslin and Section 8's honey-spiced tonics. Here, monks and lay sisters innovated crude yet resourceful barrier methods. Mainstream fact-crafting early pessaries from materials at hand to block conception without overtly defying ecclesiastical prescriptions. A sister dips a handful of wool into a basin of white wine vinegar, its sour aroma snapping awake your senses. She wrings out the damp fibers until only a sheen of liquid clings, then pats them into a neat lump. This vinegar-soaked wool, she explains, functioned as an acidic barrier intended to deter sperm, an idea grounded in vinegar's mild spermicidal properties recognized since antiquity. Historians still argue whether vinegar barriers truly prevented pregnancy or simply discouraged intercourse through discomfort. Open scholarly debate. You watch as she presses the wool against a small earthenware mold carved into an almond shape about 2 inches long. The fibers compress with a gentle squelch, sealing in vinegar while forming a snug plug. It looks like a miniature makeshift pincushion quirky tidbit that speaks to the era's improvisational ingenuity. You can't help but think medieval tampon before tampons and decidedly less insta-ready joke one slipping softly into the candlelit hush. Beside her, another sister holds a fine comb and begins teasing apart flax fibers into silky lint. She sprinkles the lint across a wooden board, then dabs it with a drop of vinegar, transforming the fluffy mass into a delicate, absorbent pad. This method, recorded in a late medieval English manuscript, reveals how urban apothecaries and convents alike experimented beyond wool for more comfortable, less itchy options. You puff a tiny cloud of lint and cough lightly, imagining the first tester discovering great protection. But watch out for lint balls in the wrong place, your second joke drifting on the ascetic breeze. A horn spoonful of crushed snail shell powder, believed to add a mild abrasive grip to keep barriers in place, makes its way into a small bowl. The shell's chalky feel contrasts sharply with the wool's softness, creating a layered plug that might better adhere to the vaginal walls. Fringe lore claims some herbalists ground extinguished mortar fragments into their mixes, convinced stone dust imbued the barrier with Earth's resolve, though most modern scholars doubt such grit served any medical purpose beyond self-punishment. Quirky tidbit that conjures an image of abrasive medieval home spa treatments. You settle on a wooden stool to try a tiny sample of these barrier prototypes on a cloth model. The wool plug feels cool and slightly acidic, its vinegar tang piquing your tongue while the lint pad sits soft but springy. You squeeze in imitation, recalling Section 7's oil-soaked muslin's snug comfort. The contrast oil's soothing warmth versus vinegar's sharp bite underscores how practitioners balanced efficacy with user experience. Historians still argue whether user comfort influenced the spread of certain pessary designs, or if discomfort served as a crude indicator of efficacy. Open scholarly debate. A low chant drifts through the narrow slit window as you trace your finger along a ledger carved onto a wooden shelf. It records Velis piscium fish skin among experimental barrier materials. Fish bladder membranes stretched over reed loops to form tiny diaphragms. These didn't require vinegar, but often leaked, prompting frustrated notes about unwanted aquatic blessings. Fringe accounts even describe midwives fishing small carp to procure the latest fish skin prototypes, an image both bizarre and oddly resourceful. You glance at an adjacent basket labeled experimental diaphragmas and spot a frayed reed ring lined with tightly woven linen soaked in bitter herb tincture. The accompanying note warns careful insertion, removal at dawn under rosary recitation, blending practical instruction with devotional ritual. You stifle a grin, imagining the first novice praying for safe placement and smooth retrieval, your third joke nestled in their whispered plea. Behind you, a faded tapestry depicts a stylized womb encircled by woven reeds, an allegorical map possibly used to guide barrier placement. Some scholars believe this tapestry served as an educational tool for midwives, while others see it as purely decorative. Historians still argue whether such imagery circulated widely in training or remained local to a handful of convents. Open scholarly debate. You study the entwined reeds and imagine a midwife tracing lines with her finger, mapping where to insert and how deep. A sister brings forward a small wooden box and opens it to reveal women's testimony. Scrolls handwritten notes from discreet clientele describing their experiences. One 14th century entry reads, "The wool's bite reminded me of my husband's knee, but the peace it brought outweighed discomfort," while another confesses, "The lint slid too easily, a false promise of respite." These personal accounts highlight trial and error, mixing empathy and experimentation in the medical craft. You lean in, absorbing the candid feedback like medieval Yelp reviews. Recommend for desperation, not comfort. The low glow of a candle flickers against the damp stone walls, and you realize the box's lid bears a tiny iron latch that snaps shut with a soft click. Call back to Section 5's secret codices and locked herbals. Discretion was paramount. These barrier methods existed in a moral gray zone. You recall the ecclesiastical edicts outlined in Section 11 and sense how much care went into crafting, storing, and distributing these intimate tools under doctrinal scrutiny. You rise to examine a crude tool, a simple loop of braided linen attached to a slender wooden handle used to insert and retrieve these barriers. Some accounts describe novices accidentally dropping them in the night, leading to frantic prayers and whispered apologies during early morning services. A singular joke surfaces: medieval lost and found one linen loop, missing until vespers, a soft chuckle in the surrounding hush. The sisters gather the used test barriers and rinse them in vinegar before drying them on small racks near a charcoal brazier. The acidic wash both disinfected and recharged the wool and lint, readying them for reuse, an early form of reusability born of necessity. You watch fine vapors rise as the vinegar drips onto coals, the hissing adding a percussive note to the chamber's lullaby. Pausing at the exit, you inhale a last swirl of vinegar-spiced air, feeling the tang cling to your senses. You recall Section 3's caravans bringing exotic vinegar from far-off lands, and Section 6's sisters stirring cloves and lavender into communal basins. All these methods converge here: acidity, absorbency, and discreet barrier craft, woven into the fabric of medieval contraceptive ingenuity. Stepping back into the torchlit corridor, the sour scent subsides, leaving warmth from earlier oil infusions and honeyed tonics lingering at the edges of your memory. Ahead, hidden chapels and naval scrollwork beckon with more clandestine cures. But this moment in the barrier workshop shines as a testament to resourceful care in harsh moral climates, and to the feathers, wool, and reeds that dared to guard bodies and futures in equal measure. You push open a heavy oak door into a vaulted chamber where two massive manuscripts lie open on a central lectern, their pages marked by candle soot and haste. To your left, the herbal volume catalogs pennyroyal rue and silphium in detailed recipes for uterine tonics. To your right, a mechanical treatise maps hot compresses and thermal poultices aimed at inducing menstruation, and you settle onto a low stone bench between them. Scholars here debated fervently which method offered the safest path to discreet fertility control. Mainstream fact: Leafing through the herbal text, you see scribbled case notes. Patient drank rue tea thrice. Bleed returned while marginalia warned of kidney distress at higher doses. Opposing pages outline instructions for mustard and vinegar poultices. Warmed cloths bound to the lower abdomen for precisely 10 minutes, with strict warnings against burns. A playful thought surfaces herbs or heat. Medieval boxing match with your uterus joke, one whispering softly beneath the hush. Proponents of herbal methods cited Dioscorides and Galen, pointing to centuries of anecdotal success. They argued that bitterness in rue and pennyroyal disrupted sperm motility without scalding skin or risking fire-caused injury. Opponents scoffed that inconsistent leaf strengths and poor drying conditions made herbal doses unpredictable, sometimes sending users into fever dreams or painful cramps. Historians still argue whether these reported successes sprang from actual contraceptive action or simply misidentified early miscarriages masquerading as menstruation. Open scholarly debate. The mechanical faction favored direct heat. One 14th century physician's scribbled note reads, "Apply warmed iron filings in linen pouch. Observe skin's redness lest you be marked for life." You imagine a wary patient clutching a hot iron pad grimacing as she times her prayer beads to count the minutes, a grim DIY spa day. Some manuscripts even recommend massaging the warmed stones into the lower belly to coax the flow of blood-fringed tidbit that paints a picture of medieval belly rubs gone rogue. Leaning back, you catch a faint echo of mortar and pestle clacks from Section 2, reminding you how herbalists ground roots to powders for teas and salves. A second soft smile tugs at your lips. Who knew your aunt's morning after tea could rival a heat pack joke, too, nudging the corner of your mind? Across the hall, a portable brazier sits on a carved pedestal, its coals still faintly warm. A leather-bound margin note warns novices test flame on back of hand. First, a safety tip that feels more appropriate for candle juggler than humble pharmacist. Yet advocates argued that controlled thermal methods offered quicker onset than slow steeping teas. Historians still argue whether medieval practitioners ever mastered precise temperature control or if overheating caused more harm than good, open, scholarly debate. You rise to examine a pair of polished iron bracers, hollow cylinders lined with cloth, once heated and strapped over the hips. A faded inscription reads, "For the comfort of seasonal delay," suggesting these devices traveled beyond theoretical treatises into actual use. A quirky rumor claims some bracers were lined with spots of silphium resin to combine heat with botanical potency, a multi-layered approach that sounds both ingenious and slightly terrifying. You can't help but mused hot yoga meets herbology medieval edition. Settling again, you open a folio detailing reported side effects. Herbal fans scrawled warnings. Pennyroyal excess caused dreams of dancing sheep, while mechanical advocates noted blister scars etched like runes on patient thighs. These candid admissions highlight a shared reality in the race for reliable contraception. Both camps endured unexpected drawbacks. You lean in, envisioning a patient wincing at a mustard poultice burn one day and the next dreaming of bleeding livestock, an odd twist of medical roulette. Nearby, a scholar in a hooded robe reads from a third text, combined method entries recommending rue tea followed by mild warmth application. This hybrid approach aimed to leverage mild uterine stimulation from both methods while mitigating extremes. You trace the faded line sic temperature via primi and imagine whispered instructions passed from one convent to another. Tea, then heat only if you like surprises. Fringe practice indeed, yet evidence suggests some medieval physicians endorse this cautious compromise. A distant bell tolls in the abbey tower, its deep peal resonating through arched windows. The sound wraps around your senses like a lullaby, and you recall the monastic chants from Section 7's oil rituals, another layer of ritual structuring time. The transcripts here recommend timing treatments by canonical hours, rue tea at non poultice at vespers, entwining medical practice with spiritual rhythm. Historians still argue whether these schedules served healing logic or simply ensured discrete windows when patients were least observed by household staff. Open scholarly debate. You lean forward to study a cross-sectional diagram of the womb and fallopian tubes, its hand-drawn lines surprisingly accurate for the era. It shows herbal extracts seeping from pessaries and heat zones indicated by hatching. Beneath a footnote cautions, beginners may opt only for heat if lacking herb knowledge. This nod to practical training underscores the divide. Herbal methods demanded botanical expertise, while thermal tactics required fire control skills not every practitioner possessed. As you stand to leave, you feel the heft of centuries of debate pressing in. Both methods, herbal and mechanical, sprang from the same impulse, discrete control over fertility within strict moral climates. Their advocates and critics each staked claims to safety, efficacy, and propriety, weaving a rich tapestry of medieval medical discourse. You take a final look at the twin manuscripts, their pages alive with scrawled margins and ritual stains, then step into the corridor where the trial and error of sections 11 onward awaited. You slip into the chapter house just as dawn's pale light filters through narrow lancet windows, rosewater incense still lingering in the arches. The benches here circle a central dais where church councils once gathered to define moral law, places where contraceptive artifices became matters of sin and salvation, mainstream fact. You settle onto a worn oak bench carved with faded crosses, inhaling the cool, incense-tinged air as your eyes trace the scuffed stone floor where bishops marched in debate. In 306 CE, the Council of Elvira famously condemned those who employ methods of a harmful nature to frustrate conception, an edict that echoed through early Christendom like a thunderclap in a monastery. Mainstream fact. You picture the stunned silence, bishops frowning over manuscripts, hooded scribes hastily blacking out marginal notes on herbal syrups. Historians still argue whether this decree aimed primarily at abortion or encompassed all forms of birth control. Open scholarly debate. You can almost hear a monk mutter, "Next time, let's ban wine first," imagining the ripple of amused discontent. Fast forward to the 12th century, Gratian's decretum codified earlier canons, declaring any artifice used against the natural procreative process as sinful. You run your fingertip along a Latin gloss on the stone wall, artificium voluntarium, voluntary artifice. The echo behind it whispers of countless confessions and furtive pleas. A playful thought drifts to mind. Nothing kills romance faster than a canonical clause, your first gentle joke lodged between columns. Yet pastoral practice softened doctrine in surprising ways. Some confessors quietly absolved penitents who claimed medical necessity, permitting herbal infusions for regulating the menses rather than outright contraception, mainstream fact. You imagine a country priest leaning close in a wood-paneled confessional, nodding compassionately as a noblewoman whispered of rue tea and later scribbling penance 3. Our fathers over saffron water in his ledger. Historians still argue whether these allowances reflected genuine pastoral care or pragmatic loopholes to preserve parish unity. Open scholarly debate. A large leather-bound register lies open on a side table, its pages listing women who sought absolution for private remedies. Entries vary from terse G de Poitiers rue infusion to elaborate pleas. E of Tours begs forgiveness for using barley water pessaries thrice. Next to one name, a small fleur-de-lis doodle marks a particularly lenient penance. Fast 2 days, receipt veni creator at dawn. You smirk at the idea of highwaymen of the soul offering saffron-infused spiritual wellness retreats. Joke 2, gliding through the hush. At the far end, the papal bull from Gregory IX, 1234 CE, hangs behind glass. He anathematized those who kill the unborn by any art. The parchment crackles under your gaze, its ink slightly raised, an almost tactile reminder of the Church's stern stance. Still beneath the formal condemnation, local dioceses varied wildly in enforcement. In Avignon, some canons scraped severe fines for contraceptive use. In northern France, midwives circulated herbal aloes water under the guise of menstrual tonics with tacit episcopal consent. Fringe lore claims certain bishops even carried small pouches of crushed silphium, long since extinct, believing its symbolic power warded off pregnancy despite papal wrath, a quirky tidbit that feels like theological cosplay. You move to a carved niche where statues of Saint Gerard Majella and Saint Raymond Nonatus stand vigil, their carved eyes seeming to watch every whispered confession. Pilgrims lit candles here to intercede for fertility or forgiveness after confessing contraceptive use. The fragrance of melted wax mixes with dust, and you think, nothing says divine intervention like a budget candlelight vigil. Joke 3, slipping into the solemnity. A discreet wooden door leads to a smaller chamber where Concilia Muliebria scrolls lie, pastoral guides instructing confessors how to differentiate sin from sickness. One excerpt counsels, "If remedy is to preserve health, not to bind fruit forever, grant lenient penance." The scroll's edge is frayed, suggesting frequent consultation. You brush a finger along its brittle edge, sensing the weight of centuries of whispered counsel and softened rebukes. Beyond lies a modest table holding earthenware bowls of saffron-infused water, used both as medicinal wash and symbolic penance. Women who confessed received a small cup and were instructed to wash face and hands while reflecting on the body's sanctity. The bowl's rim is stained pale yellow, a vivid reminder that even penance could taste of spice and promise. You lift the bowl, inhale its floral scent, and imagine it doubling as a medieval spa treatment, both medicine and mild indulgence. Leaning closer, you spy a fragmentary canon inscribed on a stone pillar. Si cohibit fluxum. Non damnum est, if one restrains natural flow, no harm is done. Scholars debate whether this partial phrase originated in a synod's margin or served as a midwife's amulet. Open scholarly debate. You trace the chipped letters, contemplating how fragments of doctrine echoed in rural bothies where midwives offered their own discreet remedies. Suddenly, a solitary confessor in threadbare robes glides past carrying a leather satchel. You note a curious bulge, perhaps hidden parchment, or a small jar of pennyroyal oil tucked beneath his cassock. You imagine him slipping into a humble cell at night to counsel, hoping women fish out secret potions and offer counsel tempered with mercy. His footsteps fade, and you sense the living tension between strict rulings and quiet compassion. A final glance at the chapter house's circular layout reminds you that doctrine circled back on itself. Condemnation met allowance, penance mingled with sympathy, and secret registers preserved both sin and mercy. The echo of bell tolls drifts through open arches, signaling the next canonical hour. You rise, fingers brushing ancient stone, and step back into the cloister's morning hush. Outside the garden waits its silent beds of rue pennyroyal and mandrake, the quiet witnesses to both medical ingenuity and moral debate. You breathe deeply, carrying the echo of ecclesiastical edicts and pastoral allowances forward, ready for the next chapter, where clandestine voices in rural midwife circles beckon you onward. You slip through a low wooden door into a narrow corridor lined with confessionals, each curtain stall bearing the faint scent of incense and damp wool. Here, behind velvet hangings, medieval women bared their most intimate secrets, confessions of herbal concoctions designed to delay or prevent pregnancy, mainstream fact. You perch on a rough-hewn bench beside an open ledger titled Liber Poenitentialis, its pages yellowed and ink-smudged from countless penitent tears and quill strokes. A faded entry catches your eye. Anno Domini 1374. Lady Isabeau of Normandy confesses willful use of rue tea thrice weekly to guard my delicate station. You picture the high-born lady silks pooled at her feet, clutching a silver goblet of bitter infusion as she whispered shamelessly into the confessor's screen. Historians still argue whether these noble confessions reflect widespread practice or performative acts of contrition, open scholarly debate. You smile at the idea of aristocratic tea parties doubling as secret family planning seminars, joke one, sliding as softly as a monk's sigh. Another entry scrawled in a peasant's cramped handwriting reads, Marjorie the miller's wife admits to placing flax-lint pessary beneath her shiftalist. Another child starve at hearth. The plain language and trembling quill convey desperation more than doctrine. You imagine Marjorie stooping by hearthlight, pressing lint soaked in vinegar against coarse linen, then sneaking off to confession under the cover of night. Fringe lore suggests Marjorie once hid her pessary in a flour sack, inadvertently baking it into dough, an accidental contraceptive cookie that married caution with carb overload. Quirky tidbit that burrows into medieval memory. A noble woman's note glitters in gilt ink. Eleanor of Aquitaine employed Sylphian-infused oil until sprig and root vanished from court apothecary stock. Though true Sylphium was extinct by her time, the anecdote endured in court gossip, elevating Eleanor's resourcefulness to near-legendary status. Historians still argue whether such courtly myths masked actual use of local substitutes or merely celebrated high-born daring, open scholarly debate. You murmur when the queen orders contraception. Heads or roots roll your second playful aside echoing in the hush. You turn a page to find a midwife's own hand. Agnes of Kent sends discreet her latest batch of rue vinegar pessaries to Lady Beatrice via linen merchant. This network of midwife to noble communication reveals informal channels bypassing ecclesiastical scrutiny. You imagine merchants swapping gossip and herbal packages in market stalls? Penny royal for your parish visit, I've got rue if you've got the coin. The mental image prompts a soft chuckle. Medieval Etsy minus the shipping fees joke 3 bobbing among your thoughts. The ledger's margins bear notes of penances assigned fast 2 days. Recite Psalter with hands bathed in saffron water, partake no wine. The saffron water penance conjures an almost spa-like indulgence that contrasts with austere fasting, a blend of punishment and pampering. You reflect on how penances could soften moral strictness with sensory comfort, blurring lines between pastoral care and subtle reward. Further down a fragmentary slip of parchment is pinned a midwife's personal journal. One line reads, "My most grateful client spoke of sweet dreams after mugwort pillow used sleepless nights now lulled to rest body at ease." This confession diverges from purely contraceptive aims, intertwining fertility control with restful sleep, hinting at holistic care. Historians still argue whether dream-inducing herbs served primarily as comfort measures or discrete fertility regulators opened scholarly debate. A peasant confession scrawled in charcoal on coarse parchment offers a stark counterpoint. "I brewed tansy tea until my belly quaked. Better to tremble than to see empty crib again." The visceral image of tremors replacing maternal exhaustion underscores the desperation baked into these remedies. You pause, imagining the bitter brew's aftertaste and the shaking confession uttered between sobs. It's a poignant reminder that even the humblest lives turn to herbs for agency amid hardship. You notice a noblewoman's foil-wrapped note tucked between leaves. "Use rue and honey as sweetener. My lady tastes of blossoms, not bitterness." The note suggests women personalized methods for discretion and flavor transforming medicinal bitterness into palatable ritual. Fringe tradition claims some ladies added rosewater to the honey rue mixture to match courtly perfumes, turning contraception into a scented art form. The notion evokes a delicate perfume atelier where potency met pleasure. A final entry lists a confessor's summary. Many souls confess herbal use for health reasons, but few deny purpose to thwart nature. Approach each with mercy. You feel the weight of that pastoral compassion, the balance between moral law and human need preserved in these pages. The confessor's gentle tone contrasts with formal bulls illustrating the church's dual role as judge and healer. Stepping away, you tuck the ledger's edge gently, the echo of quills and suppressed sobs lingering in the corridor. You recall sections 1 through 11, the gardens, the scriptorium, the hidden manuscripts, and sense how these confessions animate every memory, living voices woven into parchment and prayer. You breathe deeply, carrying the whispered names and trembling hopes with you as you continue toward the next clandestine chamber where folklore and medicine entwine in fresh corners of this quiet history. You wander through a dimly lit corridor into a vaulted hall where shelves groan under leather-bound volumes in Arabic script, each one a testament to centuries of cross-cultural exchange in herbal lore. Tonight you'll trace how European monastic remedies merged with Arabic and Indian traditions to expand medieval contraceptive arsenals mainstream fact. A soft lantern glow dapples mosaic tiles beneath your sandals as you approach a low table strewn with folios inscribed in Kufic script, and Devanagari notes their pages breathing with foreign scents of frankincense and sandalwood. A polished folio from Cordoba lies open, its Arabic text describing Majub al-Ruman pomegranate's wonder, where rind and seed extracts, when steeped in wine and rosewater, purportedly inhibited conception by balancing humors. You recall Section 8's Ojwain tonics and see how pomegranate recipes added sweet tart depth to European tonics. Historians still argue whether pomegranate's astringent compounds truly prevented pregnancy or served mainly as digestive aids, masking stronger herbs open scholarly debate. You sip a drop of diluted pomegranate decoction left in a silver vial, its flavor a soft echo of Section 8's honeyed warmth and murmur. Who knew birth control could double as fine dining? Nearby, a Persian manuscript by Ibn al-Baitar describes a lum and fig pessaries common in Andalusian courts. You lift a small linen pouch containing tiny crushed fig seeds and mineral powder, its gritty texture a tactile callback to Section 9's vinegar wool barriers. Almond-shaped and dyed with saffron, these fig pouches promised both barrier and astringent action. Fringe lore claims patrons sometimes embedded rose petals into these pouches for sensory distraction, imagining faint floral notes softening the mineral bite quirky tidbit that feels like medieval luxury spa care. You tuck the pouch into your sleeve, the scent of fig still clinging like a whispered promise. A lean scholar in a flowing robe reads from an Indian Ayurvedic treatise, Charaka Samhita, translated into Persian in Section 3's Toledo workshops. Her voice, low and rhythmic, recites instructions for mustard and ginger concoctions, swallowed as pills to warm the blood and invoke monthly flow. You picture camel caravans laden with ginger roots and mustard seeds, as discussed in Section 15, bridging continents in spice-laden caravans. Historians still argue whether these pungent pills exerted any true contraceptive effect or remained placebo woven into ritualized ingestion open scholarly debate. You wince slightly at the imagined mustard burn and think medieval jalapeno poppers minus the cheese a joke slipping into the hush. You shift toward a brass brazier where an apothecary mixes castor oil massages under a velvet cloth, a practice borrowed from Ayurvedic softening therapies. A small ladle of warm oil drips onto a carved spine of basil wood. Then the practitioner glides it across the lower belly to loosen obstructions and induce shedding. A faint splat echoes in the cool chamber, and you recall Section 16's bedchamber salves, noticing how bodywork extended from external ointments to full-on abdominal rituals. Fringe tradition holds some practitioners recited Sanskrit mantras for each sweep, believing spiritual syllables amplified oil's potency, a quirky tidbit that merges massage with mantra. Om Mani Padme, baby you quip under your breath, stifling a grin. In a flush of watermelon-hued lantern light, you spy a tucked-away shelf of manuscripts blending Latin, Arabic, and Sanskrit. Glosses one margin notes al-ikhtiyar, al-tabl, vaginal pessary. Another adds yoni bandha, uterine compression. These multilingual annotations formed living dictionaries, ensuring translators preserved both function and subtlety. You recall Section 5's hidden ciphers and see parallels just as pop-up tables encoded doses, interlinear glosses encoded cultural context. Historians still argue whether these glosses maintained original herbal strengths or introduced localized biases favoring regional plants. Open scholarly debate. A soft rustle draws you to a corner where a dusty folio describes neem leaf pessaries from the Malabar coast. Women there chewed neem before intercourse, believing its bitter juices hardened passageways against conception. You pinch a dried neem leaf, its camphorous scent mingling with earlier memories of mugwort Section 14 and rue Section 1. Fringe lore claims children born to neem-using mothers emerged with a slight greenish tint. A fanciful myth you tuck in your mind's herbarium with a smirk, Nature's own color filter, you muse, joke 3 humming softly as you replace the leaf. A nearby carved stone basin holds droplets of rosewater and sandalwood distillate aromatic escorts to more potent extracts. Sisters once combined these florals with vinegar barriers. Section 9, or oil pessaries. Section 7, layering sensory comfort over pharmacological intent. You dip a fingertip into the distillate, letting its sweetness wash across your tongue, and note its memory of cross-cultural fusion. Andalusian roses meet South Indian sandalwood bottled under Cordoba's moonlit sky. You step back as the hall's lanterns waver, casting dancing silhouettes on frescoes of winged scribes, carrying scrolls between minarets and cathedral spires. This fresco, likely painted after Section 3's translation surge, depicts knowledge flowing like water along the Silk Road and through Iberian corridors. Historians still argue whether these artistic depictions reflect idealized unity or masked real political tensions between cultures. Open scholarly debate. At the hall's center, a circular marble table bears a shared recipe scroll. Combine 2 parts fermented rice beer, 1 part neem leaf juice, and a dash of alum. Rice beer, you recall from Indian communities, served as both tonic and mild deterrent. The shared scroll likely circulated among caravan networks reaching ports where European merchants copied it into Latin manuscripts. You trace the elegant curves of its script and imagine a medieval scribe carefully adapting fermentum orizae into European parlance, bridging worlds with quill and curiosity. A distant bell tolls from the minaret-turned bell tower, its cadence blending call to prayer with vespers, an auditory emblem of cultural interweaving. You close your eyes, letting that chime wash through your senses, tying together gardens, apothecaries, and translation halls into a single resonant chord. You sense how Arabic, Indian, and European traditions coalesced around shared human need, diverging in materials but converging in intent. As you step into the corridor beyond the mingled scents of pomegranate, fig, ginger, and sandalwood, linger like an invitation to dream in exotic hues. You clutch the silver vial of pomegranate decoction, feeling its cool weight against your palm, and tomorrow's lullaby forming on your lips. Cross-cultural variants have enriched every branch of medieval contraception, from gardens to bedchambers, weaving a global tapestry of discreet care beneath the candlelight's gentle watch. You slip into a narrow alcove lit by a single candle, its flame quivering against rough stone walls as the scent of dried herbs drifts in the cool air. On a wooden shelf rest bundles of mugwort henbane pods and datura leaves, plants prized for their soporific and dream-inducing powers in medieval medicine, mainstream fact. You reach for a sprig of mugwort, its silvery green leaves soft beneath your fingertips, and inhale its camphor-like aroma, a gentle hum of anticipation stirring in your chest. A sister in a wimple kneels before a low table, weaving a pillowcase stuffed with mugwort and valerian root. She murmurs softly, perhaps a devotional verse, as she ties the cloth with flax twine. Recall the lavender sachets from Section 6, where lay sisters bound herbs for sleep callback. The resulting bundle exudes a sweet, slightly bitter bouquet that promises vivid dreams. Historians still argue whether mugwort's pharmacological compounds truly induced lucid dreaming, or whether the practice relied more on suggestive power and ritual expectation. Open scholarly debate. You rest your cheek against the herb-stuffed linen and imagine ancient visions unfurling behind closed lids. Beyond the pillow, you notice a small iron censer hanging from a hook. The sister places crushed henbane seeds inside and lights a smoldering charcoal disk beneath. Wisps of smoky heat curl around the room, carrying henbane's earthy almond-like scent, a fringe tidbit that medieval apothecaries believed soothed cramps and eased anxious minds. You watch the tendrils of smoke drift lazily toward the ceiling, thinking henbane smoke Netflix and chill medieval edition. Joke one flutters in your thoughts as you inhale the heady haze. A low drip echoes from a stone basin where the next step awaits a tincture of poppy petals steeped in wine. You take the slender glass vial and uncork it, releasing a musky sweetness that tugs at your senses. In some monastic infirmaries, caregivers administered a few drops under the tongue to quell insomnia and soften dreams, blending sedative opiates with spiritual consolation, mainstream fact. Medicinal scribes recorded such recipes in Section 2's scriptorium manuscripts, their careful entries recalling the quill-scratch rhythm you once heard beneath candlelight. You recall that steady ASMR cadence as your mind softens around the vial's rosy glow. A priest's scroll lies unfurled on a nearby lectern. Instructions for a dream mandala ritual using Datura ring 8 candles around a fresh mandrake root from Section 4's folklore, carve concentric circles in the dirt, and whisper a chosen verse thrice. Then grind datura leaves into a paste, dab it behind the ears, and light the candles. The practitioner would reportedly fall into a deep, otherworldly sleep populated by chimeric visions and intoxicating fringe practice. You lean closer, imagining the mandrake's silent shriek echoing through your dreams, and think, pop quiz for hallucinations. Guess which plant made you question reality? Joke 2 drifts through the alcove's hush. Sister Petronella stirs a bronze mortar filled with crushed wormwood and rose petals, coaxing oils into a fragrant salve. This topical blend, she explains, was applied to the temples and wrists before bedtime to calm restless nerves and guide dreamscapes toward gentle portents. Wormwood's bitter taste matched its reputed ability to ward off nightmares. Yet modern herbalists debate its true efficacy versus placebo effect. Another echo of historians still argue whether open scholarly debate. You press your finger to your temple, feeling the salve's cool slip over your skin, and imagine monks nodding sagely at such early guided meditation. In a corner, an apprentice lifts a shallow bowl of hot water and adds a pinch of blue lotus petals, an Egyptian import occasionally mentioned in Section 15's spice route accounts. Steam rises in a soft cloud carrying lotus's subtle, intoxicating scent. Carousing for dreamers who preferred vapor over pillow, this steam bath invited smoky reveries rather than solid-state snuggles. You lean over the bowl, closing your eyes as the scented vapors swirl, and think. Early aromatherapy spa minus the robe, your third light. Just blending time and tradition. A distant bell tolls vespers, its deep note resonating through the arches. The sister dims the candle and retreats, leaving you alone with the herbs and hushed promise of sleep. You settle onto a woven mat, wrapping the mugwort pillow beneath your head and pulling the datura-infused muffler across your forehead. The henbane smoke lingers in your nostrils as you draw a slow breath, each exhale softening the stone walls until they feel cozy. In the flickering half-light, you recall the mortar and pestle clacks from Section 2, the lavender bundles from Section 6, and the hidden pop-up dosage tables from Section 5. Now dream herbs complete the circle, merging garden harvests, scriptorium secrets, and ritual preparation into one final sensory overture. You close your eyes, leaving behind conscious thought, and let the tapestry of mugwort, henbane, opium, and wormwood unfurl behind your lids. A gentle whisper of wind through a narrow window stokes the last candle flame before it falters. In that fragile glow, you feel the centuries of monastic care cradle you each herb's memory, weaving into your dreams. As the darkness deepens, the hall's hush shifts into your mind, guiding you into sleep's gentle embrace. You trudge down a lantern-lit hallway toward the harbor wing of the abbey, where rough stone walls give way to a narrow quay overlooking the misty channel. Salt spray clings to your cloak and the air hums with distant gull cries, a sensory threshold between the cloister's hush and the wider world's bustle. Here, spice traders once docked at dawn, their ships laden with exotic cargo, cinnamon bark, cardamom pods, and even fragments of precious silphium resin whispered to cure all manner of ills, including contraception, mainstream fact. You step onto the creaking wooden platform, gravel crunching underfoot, as lanterns guide you towards stacked crates stamped with merchant seals. A grizzled mariner leans against a coil of rope, tipping a chipped clay pipe as he waves you forward. He points to a massive chest bound in iron, its planks bearing scorch marks from the ship's galley below. This here, he rasps, is cinnamon from Ceylon, worth its weight in silver. Your fingers brush the chest's rim, feeling the lacquered wood's smooth warmth. And you imagine pilgrims trading coins for small parcels of sweet bark destined for monastic apothecaries eager to sweeten bitter tonics. Open scholarly debate, historians still argue whether cinnamon's warming classification, genuinely enhanced contraceptive recipes, or primarily improved flavor to encourage compliance. A pungent wave of earthy spice drifts from a nearby sax of black peppercorns, once so rare they adorned noble tables like jewelry. You recall how Section 8's coriander tonics promised discreet control, and now you envision pepper's sharper notes slipping into those same brews, adding bite to the honeyed warmth. A sly thought flits through your mind. Medieval chai latte, no foam art, but plenty of purpose, joke one blossoming softly in the briny breeze. Beyond the pepper, you spy a low table piled with small burlap bags of Asafoetida hysterium. Apostles of herbal lore called it its fetid aroma, said to foil conception by sealing womb gates when mixed into oils or pessaries, mainstream fact. You catch a waft of its sulphurous tang and wince. The putrid smell alone might deter more than any active compound. Fringe tradition claims nuns hung asafoetida bunches in dormitory corners to enforce maidenly discretion. Quirky tidbit that paints a vivid picture of aromatic enforcement. You chuckle softly. Nothing says keep it in your pants like pungent fart powder joke, too swirling with the stench. A merchant gestures you closer to a crate labeled Silphium Export Do Not Overharvest. You recall Silphium's legend from Section 3 and Section 13, extinct by classical times yet enduring in lore. Fragments of its resin occasionally surfaced as prized apothecary relics, their scarcity fueling eager curiosity. Historians still argue whether any true silphium reached medieval Europe, or if sellers peddled resin from ferula family substitutes as counterfeit treasures. Open scholarly debate. You lift a chipped shard of resin, feeling its gummy stickiness, and inhaling a hint of celery-like sweetness. It tastes of lost hope and botanical ambition, as a low bell tolls for Compline traders scurry to secure remaining cargo. You follow a narrow plank bridge onto a merchant vessel half against the quay's side. The deck's timbers creak under your boots, mingling with the soft slap of waves. A small kiln glows at the stern, roasting cardamom pods until their shells crackle, releasing a resinous, citrusy perfume. You reach out to cradle a pod's fragments, tasting its bright aroma on your tongue. Cardamom's cooling classification in humoral theory made it a candidate for tempering herbal tonics, meant to balance womb heat, mainstream fact. You smile at the notion that medieval practitioners craved a kick in their tonics as much as modern baristas do. Below deck, a lantern reveals jars of powdered saffron, its crimson strands as vivid as fresh pomegranate seeds from Section 13's Al-Andalus Hall. Traders prize saffron not only for color but for its symbolic blood of bloom, lending tinctures a rosy hue and an aura of fertility control. Fringe lore holds that saffron's vivid hue actually indicated potency. The deeper the color, the stronger the contraceptive promise, though. Modern analysts dismiss such correlations as marketing flourishes quirky tidbit you tuck into the saffron's saffron-tinted smoke. Historians still argue whether saffron ever played a practical contraceptive role or remained a perfumed status symbol, open scholarly debate. A wooden ladder leads you to a small crow's nest where jars of myrrh and frankincense sit under gauzy cloth. You uncork a jar of myrrh resin, inhaling its warm, honeyed bitterness. Monastic texts from Section 5 mention myrrh's use in salves and pessaries, praising its antiseptic virtues and faint numbing effect. You imagine a layer of spiced incense lingering on intimate cloths, masking other herbal odors, a sensory layering that turned medicine into ritual. A playful aside surfaces medieval glade, plug-in set to intimate spice joke, three dancing like candlelight across your thoughts. Descending back to the key, you carry a handful of mixed spices, cinnamon chips, cardamom husks, and a single myrrh bead as tangible relics of spice root influence. You step onto the flagstones, their surfaces slick with salt and spilled resin. Lantern light glints on a water-slick wood, and you breathe deeply, letting the mingled scents anchor you. Sweet warmth, peppery bite, and resiny depth weaving an aromatic tapestry that spans continents. A faint murmur of chant floats from the abbey's high windows as you return to the garden courtyard, the breeze carrying its ancient melody. You recall Section 1's dew-soaked physic garden and Section 14's dream-inducing herbs realms of local cultivation, now enriched by far-flung bounty. Spice root influence reshaped monastic contraception, layering local tradition with global curiosity, each cargo hold of a ship delivering not just goods but fresh possibilities for discreet care. You stand at the quay's edge, waves lapping gently against the hulls, and let the memory of caravans and ships settle into your bones. The shingle's hush blends with the distant chant, weaving a lullaby of sea-salted spice and hidden remedies. You turn toward the abbey gates, spice-scented hands tucked into your cloak, ready to continue into corridors where royal courts and peasant cottages await their turn in this sprawling saga of herbal ingenuity. You slip through a narrow arch into a soft-lit bedchamber, its heavy linen curtains billowing gently in a warm breeze from a small, hearth-lit brazier. The air carries a melange of musk rosewater and lingering rue, an intimate perfume woven from centuries of private rituals. Tonight, seeds, oils, and carefully pressed petals converge into the delicate choreography of medieval bedchamber etiquette. Mainstream fact transforming herb alchemy into shared intimacy beneath flickering candlelight. A sister in a subdued habit stands beside a low cedarwood table, her hands steady as she arranges small bowls of almond oil, salve, violet, and myrrh balm, and a pale yellow paste of honey mixed with powdered rose petals. Each blend carries its own whisper almond oil for gentle warming, violet myrrh for soothing and slight numbing, honey rose for sweetness and slip. You run your fingers along the smooth bowl rims, inhaling first almond's nutty warmth, then violet's soft florals, and finally honey rose's heady comfort, a sensory overture to ritual application. Historians still argue whether these topical salves offered real contraceptive benefits or served primarily as mood enhancers and comfort balms. Open scholarly debate. The sister senses your readiness and dips her fingertips into almond oil, warming it briefly between her palms before tracing fluid lines across your lower abdomen and inner thighs. Each touch is reverent, her fingers gliding in arcs meant to mirror rhythmic prayers whispered centuries ago. A quiet jest flutters in your mind. Who knew birth control could double as a full-body spa treatment joke, one drifting like scented incense? Next, she lifts a small ivory spatula to apply violet and myrrh balm to pulse points. Wrists, temples, and the hollow of your collarbone, directing the fragrance to rise and mingle with desert-sourced myrrh, section 15, and garden-grown violet, section 6. You close your eyes as the balm's gentle tingle softens tension, recalling Section 14's dream-inducing mugwort pillows, and noting how topical salves extended aromatherapy into tactile ritual. Fringe lore suggests some courtiers wrapped sachets of these balms in silk for discreet application under embroidered gowns, a playful nod to hidden efficacy. The sister then retrieves a fine linen slip sewn into the bed's heavy sheets at waist height. Beneath muslin squares infused with rue oil pessary from Section 7, rest in hidden pockets ready for integration into linens. You slip your hand under the fabric and lift a square, feeling its sturdy cotton grip and the warm weight of infused oil. This discreet incorporation turned bed linens into built-in barriers, marrying comfort with concealment. Historians still argue whether sewn-in pessaries reached a broad audience or remained luxury adaptations in noble courts. Open scholarly debate. A small ceramic pot holds honey rose paste, its lid embossed with a rose motif, borrowed from Section 5's illuminated margins. The paste is thick, almost solid at room temperature. The sister dips a fingertip into the paste and offers it to you. Its sweetness coats your tongue, the rose's perfume balancing honey's saccharine richness. You murmur medieval candy, with a side of privacy joke too resting softly on your palate. Next comes silk-wrapped wicks soaked in scented oils, musk lavender, and a hint of cardamom from Section 15, designed to burn low and diffuse fragrance as the night deepens. The sister places one wick in a small iron lamp beside the bed, its flame flickering gentle patterns across tapestries. Low light was essential too. Bright a flame risked revealing the intimate implements, too dim, and the ritual lost clarity. Medieval courtesy manuals emphasize soft lighting for privacy and mood, mainstream fact, as much as for discretion. A playful aside drifts mood lighting reinforced by canonical decree. Now for timing, the sister recites a hushed cadence, in nomine patris, measured to the duration of oil absorption. Couples were instructed to wait the length of the Lord's Prayer, thrice letting salves settle and linens form a gentle seal. You join her in whispered recitation, each line echoing on stone walls, the ritual weaving spiritual cadence into physical preparation. Historians still argue whether timed prayers served practical medicinal purpose or provided couples a guided moment of connection, open scholarly debate. You lean back as the oil's warmth seeps deeper, softening tension around hip bones and lower belly. Beneath the heavy linens, the sewn-in muslin square nestles against you like a fragrant secret. The sister finishes by placing a sprig of lavender rosemary bundle beside the pillow, a symbol of mutual consent and shared intention. Lavender's calming aroma blends with rosemary's clarity, sealing the rite with scented accord. A tender thought surfaces consent sealed with lavender sprigs. Romantic and practical notioning the era's surprisingly thoughtful rituals. The soft crackle of the small iron lamp mingles with distant chants drifting from the abbey church. You close your eyes, letting the tapestry of warmth, scent, and gentle prayer guide you toward intimacy and rest. The bed draped in herbal care from garden to manuscript to bedside becomes both sanctuary and instrument of discreet agency. In these bedchamber rites, every gesture from salve application to sewn-in barriers, timed prayers to scented sprigs reflects centuries of whispered advice and hidden innovation. You sense the hands, prayers, and laughter of countless couples weaving this quiet tradition. As your breath slows and the candle's flame dips, the chamber's hush envelops you, each breath a step toward calm. With a final flutter of candlelight, the sister retreats, leaving you cradled in warmth and fragrance. The heavy curtains settle, the iron lamp's glow softens. You lie back, the honeyed bloom from the salve still tickling your senses, and drift toward sleep, carrying the ritual's hush and comfort into your dreams. You step into the cloister's open arcade where the sky meets stone arches, and a hush wrapped in water and wind greets your ears. Monastic life thrived on ambient sound, the drip of a central fountain, the whisper of gravel under sandal soles, and the distant roll of a clay pot turned over in the infirmary mainstream fact. You pause beside the fountain's lion head spout, cupping your palm to catch its cool trickle, and feel the echo of centuries, each drop a soft reminder of Section 1's gardens nourished by rain, and Section 7's oil ritually stirred beside similar basins. Above you, the vaulted ceiling channels a gentle breath of wind through narrow openings. You can almost hear the faint rustle of vestments brushing against flagstones, a fabric whisper that threads through the cloister like a shared secret. Some novices carried tiny brass whistles to signal ingredient readiness fringe tidbit from Section 3's translation halls, yet these whistles blended with the broader symphony so subtly you'd mistake them for settling parchment. Your lips twitch at the mental image of silent librarians playing Guess That Herb with their whistles joke one floating on the breeze. A soft chant drifts from the chapter house across the courtyard, its single-line melody rising and falling in measured cadence. You recognize the psalms chanted at None Remembered from Section 10's timing of thermal treatments, and sense how ritualized sound anchored both heart and schedule. Historians still argue whether Gregorian chant primarily aimed to elevate the soul or served as mnemonic device to structure daily labor open scholarly debate. You hum a few notes under your breath, marveling at how the same tune once guided oil infusions in Section 7 now soothes restless minds awaiting sleep. Beneath your feet, gravel paths crunch in gentle chorus. You lean against a column, feeling its cool, rounded capital under your palm, tracing centuries of silent support. Gravel underfoot once laid to improve drainage in Section 1's gardens now serves as natural white noise cushioning steps and softening echoes. Medieval gravel. ASMR you muse inwardly. No app required joke too. Tickling your thoughts as you close your eyes to savor every scuff and scrape. From the infirmary, a low murmur of wheeled carts carrying herbal concoctions drifts out, a reminder of Section 8's tonics, bound for patient quarters. You hear the soft clink of glass vials against straw bales, a domestic percussion blending with fountain drips and chant. A sister's distant cough punctuates the silence. Echoing Section 2's scriptorium coughs over vellum, weaving human rhythm into architectural calm. A subtle breeze stirs the lavender hedges bordering the lawn, releasing a faint herbal whiff that frames the soundscape like a scented soundtrack. You recall Section 6's lavender bundles pressed by lay sisters and imagine those same bushes swaying here, their leaves whispering in response. Historians still argue whether planting lavender in cloisters served primarily for fragrance or to mask less pleasant odors, a debate as perennial as the shrubs themselves open scholarly debate. Above, swallows dart through arcades, their wings brushing ancient stones with quiet flutters. Birdsong in monastic spaces marked time gently, an organic counterpoint to tolling bells. A verse in Section 11's decretals once warned novices not to harm nesting swallows, believing their songs blessed silent hours. You smile at the thought of feathered choristers earning sainthood by rehearsal joke 3 skimming through the hush. Turning down a side passage, you pass a row of dried herb racks rattling softly as the wind slips through cracks. Each bundle rue pennyroyal chamomile shimmers under torchlight, the stalks whispering against one another like ancient confidants. This unintended rattling rehearsal echoes Section 14's dream-inducing mixtures where rustling leaves set the stage for nocturnal visions. You close your eyes and let the rustle serenade you, each whispering leaf a lullaby of botanical promise. The air carries the faint clatter of mortar and pestle work from an unseen alcove. Recall Section 2's scriptorium and Section 7's ritual infusions. The steady clack, clack, emerges as part of the cloister's heartbeat, a metronome guiding both scholarly scribes and herbal artisans. You imagine a novice tapping mortar stones in time with chant, inadvertently founding Herbal Rovers, the earliest medieval percussion ensemble. From a hidden ventilator, you smell a trace of frankincense sent from the infirmary, an aroma intended to purify the air and soothe lingering anxieties. Monastic dispensaries burned incense to balance humors and welcome rest, bridging liturgy and medicine. You recall the incense in Section 14's dream workshops, and sense how scent and sound merge to cradle the spirit toward sleep. Darkness deepens as torches along the arcade walls sputter their flames, dancing against rough-hewn stones. You pause beneath one torch, its glow revealing carved vine motifs curling toward the ceiling, a silent hymn to growth and continuity. The flicker casts moving shadows, a living fresco of shapes you recognize from Section 5's illuminated manuscripts, where brass embossing and gold leaf played similar light games. Each sound the drip, the chant, the rustle, the clack threads into a tapestry of restful ambiance. You step onto the grass courtyard, its blades beneath sandals cushioning your pace while the distant toll of Vesper's bell calls all souls to pause. The bell's deep resonance ripples through stone corridors and garden beds alike, an audible skeleton key unlocking quiet moments of reflection. You settle on a bench facing the fountain, the stone cool against your back. The sounds fold around you like woven lap blankets. The hush of water, the whisper of gravel, the echo of chant, the rustle of leaves. In this sonic sanctuary, medieval practitioners found rest between labor's patience, soothed by herbal therapies, monks guided by canonical hours, novices lulled into memory by ambient ritual. As your eyelids grow heavy, you murmur a silent thanks for gardeners' scribes, apothecaries, midwives, and hidden voices who shaped this nocturnal soundscape. You imagine your own breath aligning with the fountain's trickle, each inhale drawing in collective hush, each exhale releasing earthly clamor. Here, in the ambient heart of monastic life, sound itself became a remedy, an oral herb easing body and mind toward the final rest. You step into a bustling city apothecary where daylight streams through tall, mullioned windows illuminating rows of glass jars and labeled wooden drawers. The air hums with a blend of distilled waters, powdered roots, and the faint metallic tang of mortar and pestle residue, mainstream fact, as urban shops often adapted monastic recipes to suit lay clientele. Behind the polished counter, an apothecary in a velvet doublet stands ready with brass scales and a ledger, his presence bridging cloistered discretion with marketplace pragmatism. A merchant woman approaches draped in fine wool and clutching a small leather pouch. She whispers her request rue oil for nightly application, invoking the oil-infused muslin from Section 7. The apothecary nods, measuring rue-infused almond oil by the drop into a slender vial. His practiced fingers steady despite the shop's soft clinks and murmurs. You note the precision 2 scruples of oil as dictated by monastic dosage tables now rendered in vernacular manuals for city dwellers. Historians still argue whether these urban adaptations maintained monastic rigor or compromised efficacy for ease of sale, open scholarly debate. Nearby, a glass-fronted cabinet displays experimental blends for discreet customers, a vial of lavender vinegar pessary from Section 9, a small phial of aloe and fig pessary inked as Cordovan secret, and sachets of honey spice tonic in miniature scroll tubes echoing Section 8's tonics. You lift one scroll, it smells faintly of coriander and honey, and imagine courtiers slipping these tubes into leather pouches at court, masquerades of fusion of function and flirtation. Fringe lore claims some courtesans added a few mint leaves to each scroll for a breath-freshening bonus quirky tidbit that blends practicality with playful vanity. A young apprentice in scarlet robe drafts labels by candlelight using charcoal-infused ink for invisible lettering, visible only under lamp glow, a technique whispered about in Section 5's hidden manuscripts. She carefully inscribes Puligium Vini on a small earthenware jug, indicating pennyroyal wine for menstrual regulation rather than explicit contraception. You catch her smile as she folds the label under a velvet ribbon, a wink at discretion taught in monastic translation halls of Section 3. A bell above the door jingles as a tailor's wife enters, her cheeks flush with purpose. She presents a faded pamphlet, a printed excerpt from a recent herbarium now sold in urban print shops detailing coriander ajwain syrup recipes. The apothecary consults the pamphlet, reading aloud recommended stirring times and honey proportions. You recall the original recipes in Section 8's brewing cauldrons, and sense how printed herbals democratized access to once guarded knowledge. Historians still argue whether print spread diluted recipe accuracy or empowered broader adoption, open scholarly debate. On a low shelf, open folios show master apothecary endorsements, Latin passages alongside local glosses. One margin note affirms crush red rose petals into almond oil for mood-lifting salve, while a local scribe adds use only during vespers to maintain quiet hours. This layered scribal palimpsest mirrors Section 13's cross-cultural glosses, illustrating how city shops became living laboratories of adaptation. You thumb through the pages, noting the neat overlap of Gothic and italic scripts. In an alcove behind a velvet curtain, you discover a locked cabinet marked, "For Gentlemen Only." Inside lie kinder low-dose tonics flavored with rosewater and mint tonics aimed at preserving humors rather than thwarting conception outright. A discreet sign hints that more potent preparations lurk below, accessible only by special request. This gendered segregation recalls Section 12's confessionals, where noble women and peasants alike risk censure for seeking remedies. You imagine a discreet handshake with the cabinet key medieval VIP access to nightly peace. A clerk passes you a small white paper vial containing powdered mustard seed paste, an imported recipe from Section 13's Ayurvedic exchanges engraved with tiny Sanskrit characters. You tilt it toward the lamp, catching the faint glint of layered powders. The clerk whispers dosing instructions. Half-grain grain size burn, barely insert before reciting Psalm 23. This fusion of Eastern recipe and Western ritual recalls Section 14's dreamwork rites, weaving spiritual cadence into physical preparation. You tuck the vial into your pouch, the weight a silent testament to layered practices. A table displays client testimonials inscribed on vellum: 5 stars, subtle, effective, and fragrant. Reads 1. 3 stars, best used under soft moonlight, reads another. These medieval Yelp reviews mirror Section 12's confession records, but with upbeat flourish. You chuckle at the candid feedback, noting how testimonial culture thrived even before modern consumerism. Footsteps echo on flagstones as a middle-aged tailor browses a shelf of scented papers, pre-moistened bladeless filters infused with silphium substitute resin per Section 15. These fragrant sheets doubled as discreet fumigation tools and gentle erotics. You unfold one, inhaling a complex aroma of resin, rose, and mint. It feels like carrying a private perfume in a pocket, ready for an intimate aromatic veil. Fringe lore suggests they were sometimes hidden in book libraries, their scent blooming when opened. Another wink at covert practice. The apothecary retrieves a brass circlet lined with tiny vials of essential oils, sage, hyssop, and lavender oils once used in Section 14's dream rituals to guide slumber. Here, the circlet's wearer would inhale scents during social visits to maintain calm and discretion. You try it on the tiny vials, tapping softly against your temples, the combined whiff a gentle echo of Section 1's nocturnal gardens. Portable cloister, you muse for urban peacekeepers. As dusk gathers, lanterns glow amber against glass panes. The apothecary dims overhead lights, inviting clients to private consultations at plush velvet chairs behind velvet screens. A hush descends, punctuated by the soft turning of glass stoppers and the tapping of bone spatulas. This intimate consultation mirrors Section 16's bedchamber rituals, urban refinement of monastic care. You step toward the street, your pouch bulging with aromatic vials and discreet implements. The shop's final flourish, a small amulet embossed with crossed rue sprigs and a silver crescent moon sold to ward off prying, inquisitive eyes. Fringe tradition holds that wearing it granted the bearer herbal insight, an accessory blending protection with promise. You smile at its weight, sliding it into your cloak. Outside, the cobblestones are slick with evening mist. You breathe deeply the mingled scents of rue oil, honey spice tonic, and fig pessary mingling on your skin. City shops like this one bridged monastic secrecy and lay necessity packaging centuries of botanical innovation into urban alchemy. As you walk into the lantern-lit street, the shop's warm glow recedes, leaving you cradled in aromatic memory ready to carry these handcrafted remedies into the hush of medieval nights. You slip through a low door into a half-lit cottage at the edge of a thatched village where the hearth's glow warms rough-hewn beams, and the scent of drying tansy and mugwort hangs in the air. Mainstream fact as rural households often kept small apothecary shelves for folk remedies. Midwives here operated in secret circles, sharing whispered recipes and survival tactics passed down mother to daughter. You find yourself beside a wooden cradle repurposed as a storage shelf, its slats holding bundles of rue flax, lint, and scrapings of poppy petals. Tangible echoes of Section 12's confessionals where women admitted their own clandestine cures. A sturdy woman in worn homespun kneels by a low table, her hands stained honey brown from crushing herbs. She introduces herself as Mother Britha and beckons you closer to inspect her scroll of recipes copied from hushed exchanges at local fairs. Her parchment reads, Dry sate linum in oleo agitare uterum. Dry flax in oil to ease the womb. You watch as she folds the instructions into a tiny pocket sewn inside her apron. A discreet midwife's cheat sheet. Historians still argue whether these oral networks preserved authentic herbal efficacy or introduced regional exaggerations over time. Open scholarly debate. She gestures to a battered stool where another midwife, Sister Alice, sorts through labeled clay jars. One holds crushed mustard seed, another powdered silphium substitute, and a third more mysterious vial labeled only Salvia umbrae. You recognize Sage's mention from Section 13's cross-cultural variants, but here it's whispered to decoratively disguise stronger abortifacient. Blends a fringe tidbit revealing the lengths midwives went to cloak their art. It feels like medieval subterfuge. You half expect coded phrases like shadow salve in their diaries. Mother Britha leads you to a wooden bench by the window where a circle of midwives sits around a steaming pot of rue and rosehip decoction. They pour the bitter brew into tin cups, offering you one. You inhale its aroma, tart bitter with a subtle rosy finish, then sip. The warmth spreads through your chest as their low hum of solidarity surrounds you, a communal ritual binding them together. You recall Section 8's honey tonics and sense how these peasant variations prioritize local ingredients over costly spices. One midwife, young, her face freckled like parsley leaves, leans forward to share a protective charm. She dips a thread through the decoction and ties it around her wrist, invoking Saint Bridget's blessing for safe spacing. She winks, better than solely relying on linens. You smile. Contraceptive bracelet. Medieval DIY meets spiritual chic joke, one dancing between them. This blending of devotion and craft mirrors Section 11's ecclesiastical allowances, where penances sometimes incorporated saffron water penances. Their conversation drifts to itinerant traders who brought scraps of silphium resin, likely asafoetida, or ferula substitutes traded for livestock or wool. Sister Alice recalls grinding the resin with vinegar and wool lint, echoing Section 9's barrier methods, but with exotic flares. You peer at a jar of fermented resin, taste its scent oddly celery-like, and wonder whether its inclusion stemmed from genuine potency or mere rumor spun by travelers. Historians still argue whether these southern resin trades ever match silphium's legendary efficacy or simply filled an ersatz niche open scholarly debate. A hush falls as the eldest midwife, Mother Gwen, unfurls a length of ribbon printed with psalm verses and improvised measuring tape for tinctures and infusions. She wraps the ribbon around her daughter's wrist, marking an exact dosage line for her next tonic. This mnemonic trick, she says, saved them from fumbling with scales under lamplight. You quietly admire the ingenuity. When life gives you ribbons, make measurement tools joke too fluttering on your lips. Beyond the window, the wind carries distant church bells. The midwives fall silent, heads bowed in shared respect for the priest's nodded attitudes toward contraception. Yet they use the bell's canonical hours as cues rue tea at non pessary at vespers, echoing Section 10's mechanical versus herbal debates. This synchronization with ecclesiastical time allowed discrete scheduling when male household members were occupied in prayer or work. Mother Britha draws your attention to a leather-bound notebook filled with client notes, names, dates, ingredients, and outcomes. One entry notes mild cramps and vivid dreams after a mugwort pillow, recalling Section 14. Another records rash from myrrh salve, callback to Section 5's hidden manuscripts. These lived experiences shaped each midwife's practice, creating a living database that balanced theory and trial. You trace a smudged line where a tear once fell, an emotional margin note capturing desperation and hope. As twilight deepens, they pack herbs into cloth sacks for secret deliveries. A flax bundle tucked inside a loaf of bread, rue tea hidden beneath cabbage in a market basket, and oil-infused muslin disguised as mending cloth for a traveling merchant bride. This guerrilla distribution network ensured rural women without access to apothecaries could still exercise agency. Fringe tales tell of midwives sowing seeds into wedding gowns, promising quiet control woven into bridal attire. You rise to leave each midwife offering a small token: a sprig of mugwort, a pinch of pennyroyal, a folded ribbon. Their gifts carry wisdom and solidarity across fields and households. Stepping into the night, you hear their soft laughter mingling with the owl's calls, a lullaby of hidden networks humming beneath village roofs. Ahead lie folk festivals and brews aristocratic experiments and peasant lore, but tonight it's these midwives' secret circles that linger in your mind, a testament to women's collaboration in the shadow of doctrine and scarcity. You weave through a bustling market square lit by lanterns and torchlight stalls draped with garlands of dried lavender mint and marigold swaying in the evening breeze. Villagers in woolen cloaks barter for cheeses, woven cloth, and jars of brown amber brew, seasonal herbal concoctions coveted for their reputed contraceptive kick, mainstream fact. This is the midsummer fair where herbalists hawk their wares alongside bakers and tanners, and you join the milling crowd inhaling the fragrant swirl of sage smoke, mulled cider, and honey-spiced mead. At one stall, a jolly apothecary ladles ladles of summer's quietus, a tonic of mead pennyroyal, and rose petals meant to temper the womb's fervor amid festival revelry. You raise a small wooden cup, its rim chapped from countless sips, and taste the bright sweetness laced with a faint minty tang. Historians still argue whether pennyroyal's carminative action truly deterred conception or primarily eased festival indigestion. Open scholarly debate. You grin at the pun of festival relief and mutter, who knew family planning came with honey and hops? Joke one drifting above the crowd. Next door, a pair of sisters in embroidered aprons stir a cauldron of cider steeped with lavender wormwood and nettle stalks. Their sign reads Green Wards for Maidens, suggesting a gentle brew to delay conception until autumn's harvest. You lean in as the steam swirls, carrying floral, bitter, and grassy notes that tingle at your nostrils. A fringe tale whispers that some fairgoers dipped their garters into this brew before dancing, believing the brew's essence on garments offered ongoing subtle protection, a quirky tidbit you tuck into your mind's festival sachet. A nearby bard plucks a lute and sings a bawdy ballad about Pennyroyal's potent kiss, sending villagers chuckling as they raise tankards in homage. His lyrics praise the herb's minty bite and its power to close the secret gate, drawing laughter from married couples and widows alike. You tap your foot to the rhythm, appreciating how folk culture wove medical lore into song and celebration. Historical records note how minstrels often doubled as rumor carriers, ensuring herbal knowledge spread orally across regions' mainstream fact. As you leave the bard's circle, you spot a wooden wheel of fortune spin and win a sachet of mugwort or a vial of rue-infused wine. A gamester cackles as you spin and the wheel clatters to rest on tansy toast, a flatbread dipped in tansy-infused honey and roasted over embers. You bite into the crisp edge, tasting its bittersweet burn. Tansy, known for its strong oils, was rumored to banish seed-like shadow from candlelight, though its toxicity often caused nausea rather than subtle prevention. Historians still argue whether tansy's emetic effect counted as contraception or merely treated indigestion with dramatic flair. Open scholarly debate. You stagger comically, placing a hand on your stomach. Nothing says family planning like festival stomach-churning joke 2 caught in the mestrel's refrain. Through the fair's heart, you spot a contraceptive mead garden, a tiered wooden platform where lasses sample mead infused with Ajwain cinnamon and Sylphian sub. They swirl their cups before sipping, eyes closed in conspiratorial delight. Whispered backstories claim that the garden's curator, a retired nun, once distilled silphium resin saved from a shipwreck into mead, preserving its legendary spirit. Though true silphium was extinct, substitutes like asafoetida and laserpidium kept the myth alive. Fringe tidbit that fuels tonight's laughter. You join a group of nodding townsfolk, raising your cup with a wink. Here's to hoping this mead doesn't ask any questions tomorrow. Joke 3 earnestly offered amid giggles. A smith nearby hammers horseshoes by torchlight, his rhythmic clang merging with market chatter. He dips cooling iron in a bucket laced with rue and mugwort, claiming it wards off unwanted guests in bed, an experimental iteration of barrier magic from Section 9. You press your ear to the iron's hiss and imagine the scent drifting through smithies and stables alike, carrying contraceptive intent on hot metal fumes, a quirky blend of craft and cunning. Historical accounts mention such warding irons in rural lore, though their actual efficacy remains dubious. At the festival's edge, a circle of herbalists leads a moonlight brewing demonstration. Rue tea steeped at midnight under full moon, then added to mead for enhanced potency. They chant a lilting rhyme borrowed from Section 4's lunar mandrake rites, swaying as they pour the brew into silver goblets. You recall monastic volvels used for lunar timing and smile at this public adaptation. Historians still argue whether moonlit steeping altered herbal chemistry or simply heightened ritualistic belief. Open scholarly debate. You lift your goblet, let the amber liquid catch moonbeams, and toast silently to centuries of herbal moon mavenry. Further on, a puppet show dramatizes a midwife's journey delivering secret pessaries hidden in loaves of bread. A nod to Section 12's confessionals and Section 19's midwife circles. Children giggle as the puppet midwife dodges inquisitive parish priests slipping barley flour loaves filled with herbs down unsuspecting corridors. You watch the tiny figures dance, recalling how folk theater often masked subversion and humor. Fringe tradition holds that some puppet shows served as covert instruction manuals, teaching lay audiences simple herbal tricks under the guise of entertainment. As dawn's first pale light tints the sky, the fair's energy softens. You wander past stalls packing up sprigs of pennyroyal tied with willow ribbons and barrels of sage-smoked mead. The final song drifts from a traveling bard, a lullaby weaving herbal names rue and wormwood, mint and mead into gentle couplets. You hum along feeling the festival's lull, your senses cradled by scented memories and echoed melodies. With a final breath of lavender and cider-tinged air, you step onto the road leading home. Gravel crunches underfoot, recalled the cloister's ambient paths from Section 17, guiding you back to quieter worlds. You carry with you jugs of honey-spiced mead, sachets of mugwort, and the hum of festival chants woven into your spirit. The midsummer fair's herbal brews and seasonal concoctions remind you that communal celebration and discreet care often danced hand in hand under the midsummer moon, stitching village life into the vast tapestry of medieval contraceptive lore. You step through the carved oak doors of a grand chateau's private baths, where marble floors gleam in torchlight and perfumed steam drifts from alabaster basins. At the heart of aristocratic court experiments, royalty and their physicians tested exotic birth control potions and bathing rituals behind velvet drapes. Mainstream fact. You tread across mosaic tiles depicting mythic nymphs and curious sea creatures, recalling Section 15's spice route voyages that filled these court cellars with saffron and silphium substitutes. A porcelain bowl of pale pink water stands ready its surface, dotted with floating rose petals and shimmering flecks of crushed pearl powder, an extravagant addition believed to signify fertile elegance. A lady-in-waiting invites you to dip your fingers. The cold water ripples under your skin, carrying an almost imperceptible sweetness. Collective memory links pearl's calcium to uterine strength, though its actual contraceptive value remains dubious. Historians still argue whether pearl powder offered real therapeutic benefit or served purely as courtly spectacle. Open scholarly debate. You inhale deeply as the scent of orris root and amber drifts around you, a fragrance specially commissioned from Venice's finest perfumers. Orris was prized in Renaissance Europe for its violet-like aroma and rumored abilities to balance humors when steeped in warm baths. Fringe tidbit that spoke more to luxury than efficacy. You smile at the notion of soaking in perfumed water like a mythic goddess, whispering, "When your birth control doubles as aromatherapy, who needs scented candles, joke one, buoying the regal hush." A court physician in velvet robes approaches bearing a silver ewer engraved with astrological symbols. He pours a slow stream of golden oil infused with crushed guggle resin and honey into the bath, chanting soft incantations meant to align the body's rhythms with cosmic forces. Google imported from India featured in Section 13's Ayurvedic accounts for its warming vigor, and here it promised both sensual delight and discreet fertility control. You watch the oil swirl into the rosewater, creating iridescent ribbons across the basin's surface. He gestures for you to test the water's temperature, then guiding you to slip a foot into the bath. Warmth envelops you up to your ankle, softening tense muscles. You recall Section 16's bedchamber salves and see how pain relief and pleasure intertwined in court rituals. The doctor dips his fingers into the bath again, whispering, "A draught of this oil ensures discretion," as he applies a drop to your inner wrist. The oil's texture is heavy yet silken, a tactile promise of privacy. Who knew royal sponges doubled as contraception, you muse joke too, tucked beneath the dripping arches. Beyond the main basin, a row of smaller tubs stands ready for herbal infusions. One holds violet and saffron milk, another mugwort and castor oil blend. You step between them, feeling the cool marble underfoot, and dip a hand into the saffron milk tub. The liquid clings to your fingers like yolk, its floral sweetness mingling with creamy warmth. Aristocrats believed milk's fats carried saffron's active compounds deeper into the skin, offering a dual sensory and physiological effect, mainstream fact. Yet skeptics of the era sniffed that such opulence masked desperate hope rather than true preventive power. Historians still argue whether these dairy baths influence fertility or merely indulged courtly vanity, open scholarly debate. A hush falls as a noblewoman in silk arrives, her velvet robe trailing behind like a midnight sky. She joins you at the violet milk tub, tilting her chin as tiny petal fragments float around her ankles. She murmurs that she prefers this tub to the rue-infused steam chamber down the hall, where rising vapors once tested in Section 13's cross-cultural variants inspired fits of giggles and fainting fringe tidbit you remember well. "It's less dramatic," she confesses with a conspiratorial nod, making you smile at courtly candor. Suddenly, a page boy wheels in a silver tray bearing crystal glasses of chilled pomegranate and rose cordial. The court physician explains it's a palate cleanser between baths. Its astringent properties thought to complement topical measures by cooling the inner fire. You lift the glass, sipping the wine-sweet brew as its tartness glides down your throat. You recall Section 8's honey spice tonics and see how this drink bridged internal and external regimens. Chilled cordial, the original palate reset with birth control bonus, you whisper. Joke 3 swirling in the velvet air. Through a curtained doorway, you glimpse a concealed alcove where an ivory bathtub lined with polished cedar awaits. Its inscription reads, "Bath of the Moon Queen," a ritual timed by lunar charts from Section 3's Volvellas. Courtiers believed full moon soaks amplified herbal potency, aligning flesh with celestial tides. You close your eyes as you imagine slipping into the cedar tub under lantern glow petals, drifting like floating constellations. This lunar bath concept remained popular despite occasional mild rashes. Historians still argue whether lunar timing offered any real chemical influence or merely deepened mystical gravitas, open scholarly debate. A faint echo of lute music drifts in from the hall, intertwining with the splash of water and hushed laughter. Courtiers recline on cushioned benches, sipping wines punctuated with rosewater and rue, embodying the very alchemy of sensual pleasure and secret precaution. You rise and approach the lute player, listening to notes that echo Section 17's ambient ambiance. The melody guides you back to the main chamber where your reflections on aristocratic experimentation blend with the rise and fall of each soft chord. A final flourish from the court physician, he sprinkles a handful of blue lotus petals atop each bath, invoking Eastern dream work learned in Section 14's nocturnal rites. The petals drift their color, deepening the water's glow, promising both restful sleep and hidden potency. You inhale their faint narcotic scent, feeling eyelids grow heavy. The guinea-colored petals brush your calves like whispered kisses, an invitation to drift into dreams filled with ancient secrets. You slip back through the corridor, the ivory tub's echo fading behind you, the scent of rose and saffron clinging to your senses. Torchlight flickers against stone pillars as you carry aristocratic court experiments blend of luxury ritual and discreet care. Ahead lies the countdown toward transition and legacy. Sections 22 through 30, where rural lore renaissance shifts and quiet modern echoes await. But tonight you let the royal bath's warmth and scent guide you toward restful slumber, the hush of silk and spice cradling your thoughts. You slip through a low postern gate into a snug peasant cottage, its timber walls etched with years of soot and laughter. The hearth's embers glow softly, sending up lazy curls of smoke that smell of wood ash and yesterday's stew. A comforting backdrop for rural herbal lore handed down around crackling fires, mainstream fact. You settle onto a straw-stuffed bench as a weathered woman stirs a pot of cloudy barley water over flickering flames, her calloused hands moving in practice circles learned from her mother and grandmother before her. She ladles a cup of the pale brew barley boiled until its husk softens and releases starchy sweetness and offers it to you. Drink this, she murmurs, and your womb will know a softer pause. You raise the cup, the husky aroma tickling your nose, and take a sip, the liquid coats your throat with gentle warmth. A whisper of cereal and earth. Historians still argue whether barley water's mild diuretic properties and perceived cooling effect actually delayed conception, or served mainly as a soothing tonic for poor stomachs. Open scholarly debate. You smile at the notion of medieval oatmeal making secret history joke one drifting in the cottage's hush. Beside the pot, a burlap sack holds bruised tansy leaves and crushed tansy flowers, their pungent, camphor-like scent stinging the air. The woman pinches a pinch of tansy into her palm, her thumb and forefinger stained green, then drops it into the barley water, stirring firmly. Tansy makes the body tremble enough to dissuade seed, she says conspiratorially. You wrinkle your nose, the bitterness snaps at your tongue like a sour handshake. Fringe lore suggests some farmers brewed tansy with goat's hoof shavings, believing the hoof's bony hardness lent extra barrier strength, a quirky tidbit that makes you chuckle at medieval home spa meets barnyard chic. A low chuckle echoes as a child darts in carrying a small basket of raspberry leaves and nettle tips. The woman nods and tosses them into a second pot, a pale green infusion meant to tone the womb walls, reducing unwanted fruitfulness. You pinch a leaf, inhaling its vegetal, slightly astringent aroma. Nettle and raspberry leaf teas were common folk remedies for menstrual regulation in rural England. Mainstream fact, and you imagine clusters of cottages sharing clipped bundles at the market cross. Historians still argue whether nettle's trace iron content genuinely influenced fertility or primarily replenished dietary deficiencies. Open scholarly debate. You lean closer as the woman recounts an old rhyme. Rue in July, a whispered sigh. Tansy to try cool months go by. She smiles at the verse, reciting it like a lullaby for secrecy and survival. Oral rhymes like these anchored folk medicine in memory, long before manuscripts arrived mainstream fact. You tap your foot to its soft cadence, thinking, medieval mnemonic rap, no beatboxing required joke too, drifting above the hearth's crackle. A small earthenware jar of mustard seed sits on a shelf above its cork stopper, stained yellow. The woman shakes a few into a mortar, grinding them to a coarse paste before mixing with warm water into a grainy slurry. She dips a linen rag into the paste and folds it into a modest bundle, an improvised mustard plaster for external application to the lower abdomen. Mustard's fiery oils were prized for drawing away excess seed, says a scratchy label scratched on the jar's side. You imagine sunbathing near the hearth with a mustard poultice strapped to your belly joke, three paddling in your mind's cozy pool of humor. Outside you hear the low murmur of farm animals settling for the night, their distant bleats and clucks blending with the cottage's domestic hum. The woman pauses to listen, her kettle's whistle mimicking a sheep's sigh. We prepare by hearth's hearth, not in cloister hush, she says softly, recalling Section 19's midwife circles where rural women shared knowledge away from prying eyes. The parallel between cloistered secrecy and village discretion weaves through every recipe. On a rough table, a linen bundle of dried wild carrot seeds rests beside a bowl of ash-tinted vinegar. Known colloquially as bishop's seeds, wild carrot seeds were gathered in summer, dried, and later steeped in vinegar for pessary's mainstream fact. You pick up the bundle, its seeds light as peanut shells, and imagine pressing them into cloth as early barrier methods. Historians still argue whether wild carrots' mild, estrogenic compounds truly impeded fertility, or whether the seed's grittiness simply served as discomfort deterrent. Open scholarly debate. The woman demonstrates. She wraps seeds in a square of linen, dips it in vinegar, and tucks it into a small wooden box lined with moss. Carry it close, she instructs, and hope for the best. You picture these wooden seed boxes passed hand to hand in village markets. Discreet tokens of sisterhood. Fringe tradition holds that these seed bundles were sometimes hung above doorways for continuous protection. Another quirky tidbit that melds interior remedy with exterior charm. As the kitchen fire glows lower, she brings forth a jug of mild ale brewed with hops and pennyroyal sprigs. Hops used more widely for beer also featured in folk contraception as a lupulin deterrent, though modern brewing historians scoff at its efficacy. You pour a small draught, the foamy head releasing minty notes. The ale's warmth spreads through your chest, the bubbles tickling your throat, and you muse medieval craft beer now with reproductive perks, a gentle aside swirling among the malt's comfort. A final curiosity appears on the table, a small leather pouch of sheep's wool soaked in goat's milk. The woman explains this ancient farmhouse mix layered into cloth poultices aimed to bind heat and hush seed. Passage a primitive diaphragm concept, echoing Section 9's barriers. You dip a corner into the milky wool, its texture oddly soft yet sticky. The concept of dairy as a delivery medium feels surprisingly modern, if slightly clumsy. Researchers debate whether goat's milk's lactic acids offered any physiological barrier or simply made the wool cling better. Open scholarly debate. Outside the window, fireflies begin their soft flicker, dotting the twilight air. The woman lights a tallow candle and places it on the sill, its flame dancing in time with the firefly's glow, a gentle rural symphony of light. You breathe in the mingled scents of barley, tansy, nettle, and ale, each aroma a thread in this tapestry of folk remedies. The recipes passed down by hearth and head complement cloistered gardens and courtly spas, reminding you that in every corner of medieval life, women cultivated discreet care with what they had. As you rise to leave, she presses a small linen sachet of dried mugwort into your hand, a final gift for dream work and menstrual calm. Its soft bundle feels like a talisman against uneasy nights. You step back into the yard's cool air gravel crunching beneath your boots, carrying with you the warmth of hearth-spun wisdom and the echoes of rural collaboration. The cottage's lamplight fades behind you, leaving the night alive with firefly flicker and centuries of whispered recipes sustaining quiet agency in the humblest of homes. You slip through a heavy tapestry into a shadowy alcove hung with woven charms and talismans, each one whispering secrets of folk magic intertwined with herbal lore. Monasteries and cottages alike feared the sight of bound locks of hair, knotted ribbons, or smeared sigils. Mainstream fact as taboos around contraception often evolved into protective charms rather than open discussion. You run your fingers along a string of rue sprigs and silver bells, feeling the faint tingle of superstitious energy against your skin. In one corner, a midwife displays a hecate's knot, 3 loops of flax dyed with henbane and rue said to bind the womb's will when hung over a doorway. A small label in faded ink reads, Amulet of Quietus, and you recall Section 19's midwife circles passing herbal pouches in secret. Historians still argue whether such knots served as genuine reproductive rituals or simply reinforced social taboos through symbolic intimidation. Open scholarly debate. You can almost hear a whisper. Step lightly, dear, lest you tangle more than your feet. Beneath the knot, a wooden shelf holds curved antlers intertwined with ivy and saffron threads. The stag's embrace rumored to block conception by channeling masculine vigor into barren form. Fringe lore insists these antlers came from a stag struck by lightning under a full moon, granting them supernatural potency. You grin at the image. Electric deer now with fertility control joke one flickering like candlelight across your thoughts. A low bench supports an array of simple incantation scrolls, parchment slips inscribed with whispered prayers to goddesses of spring, bound by rosemary sprigs. One scroll reads, Flos vitae florete sola, demanding flower of life bloom only alone recited thrice at dawn to ward off conception. A midwife demonstrates by tracing the words in saffron-dyed ink, her finger leaving bright streaks across the page. You imagine novice hands smudging prayers on windowsills hoping for solitary solace. Historians still argue whether such incantations held any psychological sway over fertility or functioned primarily as emotional coping rituals. Open scholarly debate. Nearby, a battered iron pot heats over coals. Inside, a smoky blend of rosemary, wormwood, and poppy husks simmers, releasing curling wisps of aromatic steam. Locals called it the smoke of the silent womb, believing the haze crept beneath petticoats to choke hidden seeds. You inhale the bittersweet cloud and cough as it scratches your throat. Nothing says family planning like clandestine fog machines, you muse joke too, sneaking through the rustic haze. A narrow table holds bloodstone bindings, flat river stones glazed with quicklime dipped in rue-infused vinegar and wrapped in goatskin pouches. Folk tradition held that carrying one in a girdle repelled unwanted advances as effectively as any pessary. You lift a stone, its surface smooth and cool, and feel the weight of superstition settle in your palm. Fringe tidbit claims smiths once inscribed tiny runes on each stone visible only in dawn's first light, telling wearers precisely how to position the talisman. You smirk at the idea of rune reading fertility tutorials under a rooster's crow. In a dark niche, you discover a crooked staff topped with weaving of red and white threads, the staff of Karen's grace. Midwives whispered it represented passage across the threshold of womanhood, guiding unwanted seed into oblivion. A thin silver chain dangles from the top bearing a small vial of nightshade tincture. You feel the staff's hushed potency recalling Section 4's mandrake shrieks and Section 14's dream-weaving herbal smokes. Historians still argue whether such magical artifacts hinted at earlier pagan rituals or emerged as folk responses to restricted medical access, open scholarly debate. A sister in patched habit uncovers a leather-bound grimoire, the Book of Gentle Nocturnes. Inside a plate shows a moonlit figure dancing around 8 candles, her shadow elongated into a protective barrier. The accompanying text instructs practitioners to sprinkle dried chamomile petals in a circle around their bed, chant a lullaby in medieval French, and sleep within the floral ward. You recall Section 1's scalloped gravel paths and Section 17's ambient cloister sounds, seeing circular patterns emerge again. Garden, manuscript, bedchamber, and now magic circle. You whisper, "Sleep so secure even sheep can't count," you joke, 3 grazing softly in the grimoire's glow. On a side table, a bundle of blackthorn twigs bound with hemp cord, the Brigid's reins awaits. Women once wove these into their hair or girdles, believing the thorns pricked away unwanted seed like tiny sentinels. A marginal note suggests burning the ends near the hearth to release protective light smoke, echoing Section 23's smoky rituals. You pluck a thorn, its tip sharp as a memory, and muse. Beauty is pain, especially for family planning, a gentle aside amid the spiny hush. A wire rack holds glass phials of silent night. Drops a mixture of fermented pear juice, hyssop oil, and a whispered pinch of mandrake dust, rare indeed given mandrake's legendary power. Users were instructed to place a drop on a small cloth and wear it at the beltline. Fringe lore claims those who wore the drops under their gowns often woke believing they'd seen entire scenes of the Nativity in their dreams, rendering moot any nocturnal advances. You tilt a phial watching fluid catch moonlight and think, nativity scene or not, it's a hard sell. A soft joke riding the dream ritual edge. As your eyes adjust to the dim, you notice a final display, a small iron bell carved with protective sigils. Legend said one ring repelled unwanted suitors like an invisible gatekeeper. You give it a tentative jingle, the sound is sweet and clear, echoing off the stone walls. You imagine midnight bell-ringing sprees to guard cottage bedrooms, joke 4, dancing on the alcove's hush. In the corner, incense made from crushed orris root and mugwort sits in a porcelain bowl. The sister lights a charcoal disc beneath, releasing pale blue smoke. This wards off malevolent spirits and malevolent seed alike, she says with a wink. You close your eyes as the smoke rises, weaving through the charms and talismans, uniting herbal magic with symbolic acts. You step back toward the tapestry exit, your senses thrumming from captured sigils and simmering brews. The tapestry's edges brush your robes as you emerge into the lamp-lit corridor, clutching a small rue sprig and a bead of mandrake-painted clay. Folk magic and taboos reveal contraception's hidden edge, not just herbals but charms, incantations and rituals born from human need and mystical hope. You carry their whispered power forward, ready to trace the quiet transitions into Renaissance compendiums and modern echoes in the looming sections 24 through 30. You step through a carved oak portal into a sunlit study lined with towering shelves of printed herbals, crisp pages stacked like vellum sails catching a new wind. This is the cusp of the Renaissance, where handwritten codices give way to printed compendiums, and medieval herbal contraceptive lore finds new life in vernacular guides for apothecaries and lay readers alike mainstream fact. You inhale the faintly sweet smell of ink paper and residual beeswax from earlier, binding a sensory tapestry, marking the shift from cloistered secrecy to public dissemination. At a heavy oak table, you see the 1554 English edition of John Gerard's The Herbal open beside a Latin De Historia Stirpium by Rembert Dodoens. Gerard's English glossary lists rue under herb of grace, with a brief note on its bitter infusion to temporary women's seed. Dodoen's more elaborate Latin chapters detail Areobotria and Sylphion substitutes in a tone bridging scholarly rigor and folk practicality. Historians still argue whether these printed compilations preserved monastic accuracy or diluted nuanced traditions for mass consumption, open scholarly debate. You finger the margin note where a reader scribbled Puligium Contra Conceptum, recalling Section 2's scriptorium glosses, and the careful scribal artistry now superseded by movable type. A soft breeze drifts through an open window, rustling pages like applause for the printing press's triumph. You imagine the press at Antwerp churning out dozens of copies, each page a mirror to countless monastery workshops. Joke one flickers. Who needs scribes when you've got Gutenberg's DIY paper shredder? A gentle nod to how rapidly knowledge spread once presses roared louder than quills. You turn to a German vernacular herbal by Hieronymus Bach, its woodcut illustrations more expressive than medieval pen and ink drawings. Under Pfefferminze peppermint, a small annotation suggests infusing peppermint in wine for menstrual control, echoing Section 8's tonics, but with German botanical flair. Fringe tidbit. Some editions clandestinely included a tiny woodcut of a modest vial, tucked behind peppermint leaves, a wink from rebellious printers at ecclesiastical censors. You chuckle. Secret spice understatement. Medieval Easter egg for herbal geeks. Near the desk, a student in linen doublet reads from a 1563 French herbal by Jacques Dalechamp. He follows a recipe for pennyroyal syrup, muttering dosage in Old French as he scribes it into his pocket notebook. The syrup's recipe notes 3 cuillères, a soup avant le coucher, 3 spoonfuls before bed. Mainstream fact transferred from manuscripts to print. Historians still argue whether these vernacular translations improved access and comprehension, or introduced errors through misinterpretation of archaic terms. Open scholarly debate. You spot his quill pause at the word conception, as if weighing moral caution against medical curiosity. Across the room, a small press operator leans back, eyeing a stack of blank pages stamped with the publisher's device. He fans a mock version of title pages, The Complete Book of Materia Medica, including secret recipes for calming womb humors, a tantalizing promise echoing Section 5's hidden manuscripts. You hover nearby, catching the tang of fresh ink and thinking. Medieval Amazon Prime next day delivery of forbidden knowledge joke 2 fluttering around the press's rhythmic hum. Sunlight glints off brass-type cases lining a wall, each metal slug bearing a letter punctuation or ornate botanical flourish. You run your palm along a row labeled Silphio and Ruta, imagining the painstaking assembly of contraceptive entries. A printer's apprentice whispers that type for Sylphion cost extra its extinction, creating gold-level rarity in print. Fringetail holds that some printers substituted laser pitium in hopes most readers wouldn't notice quirky nuance that underlines commercial pressures shaping content. A librarian wheels in a cart laden with commentary volumes by Paracelsus and Leonhard Fuchs. Paracelsus's Archidoxis includes alchemical infusions, claiming to manipulate bodily seeds, a concept straddling medicine and mysticism. Fuchs's new Kreuterbuch offers detailed woodcuts of mugwort and wormwood, praising their efficacy in menstrual regulation, while cautioning about overdose-induced visions, an accidental callback to Section 14's dream herbs. Historians still debate whether Paracelsian alchemy enriched herbal science or diverted focus into esoteric speculation, open scholarly debate. You lean in to inspect Fuchs's engraving, noting a rogue droplet of black ink that smudges the caption uterus, a printing press's unintended revelation. On a side table, a gilt-edged booklet titled Le Livre des Secrets promises secret remedies revealed, including a chapter on birth spacing teas and salves, once confined to monastic orders. Its title page warns, "Not for unworthy eyes, an obvious marketing ploy playing on righteous intrigue." You leaf through pages where pepper mugwort and rose petals share equal billing, delighting in the cultural shift that celebrated formerly hidden recipes. You murmur, "If secrets sell, then scandal and sales are born a joke, riding the edge of social commentary." A scholar hefts a printed herbal into the candlelight beside a copper inkwell. He dips a quill and adds his own marginal annotation. Use this for moonlight tincture, but avoid the fifth Friday, an invented lunar rule hinting at local variations unsanctioned by the author. This live annotation tradition continued in print, creating personalized proto-blog entries centuries before the internet. You envision modern footnotes crowd-funded by curious readers. Mints for maternity pause as per parish review, a playful parallel echoing today's online forums. You sip a cup of chamomile tea offered by a kindly stationer, its floral sweetness bridging monastic herbal pillows and printed prescriptions. The stationer notes a rise in requests for contraceptive entries, reflecting shifting attitudes toward female autonomy in early modern Europe. Yet, despite broader availability, authorities often sought to censor or ban entire sections deemed immoral or dangerous, forcing printers to hide or euphemize instructions. Historians still argue whether print democratized knowledge or risked public health through incomplete guidance, open scholarly debate. As dusk falls, you close a copy of Merrick's Herbal of 1576, its sewn binding soft beneath your fingers. You carry its weight like a token of transformation from monastic garden records to printed volumes shaping herbal traditions across Europe. The press's rhythmic clank fades behind you as you step into the lantern-lit courtyard, where echoes of garden gates, secret manuscripts, and market stands converge at the birth of the modern herbal era. Ahead lies Section 25's Renaissance skepticism, Section 26's Silphium downfall and the final reflections of this vast tapestry. But for now, you carry with you the scent of fresh ink, the heft of printed pages, and the enduring promise that knowledge once bound in secrecy can blossom wide as the printed page. You step into a candlelit lecture hall scented faintly of beeswax and old parchment, where scholars in velvet robes gather around polished oak desks to scrutinize the latest herbal treatises, and you settle into a carved bench beneath frescoed arbors of laurel leaves. The air hums with whispered skepticism as Renaissance minds challenge medieval assumptions, insisting on empirical proof over inherited lore mainstream fact. You feel the weight of shifting centuries, the fervor of print. Section 24 now meets the knife edge of critique. A learned physician strides to a raised dais, unrolling a sheet of neat Latin script that questions Silphium's legendary potency. He gestures to detailed anatomical diagrams, arguing Rue's bitter infusion likely worked by emetic force rather than true spermicidal action. Historians still argue whether these early disavowals reflected genuine scientific insight or an emerging bias against herbal methods favored by women. Open scholarly debate. You lean forward, keen to catch each nuance, imagining medieval critics elbowing each other over petri dishes yet to exist. Across the hall, a young scholar lifts a clear glass vial containing a pale infusion of pennyroyal. He demonstrates its rapid degradation in water, noting how pennyroyal's active oils evaporate within days, suggesting many medieval teas lacked potency by the time they reached patients. Fringe tidbit. Some herbalists supposedly added lead shavings to stabilize infusions, inadvertently poisoning consumers more effectively than any contraceptive action. You suppress a grim chuckle. Lead nullified more than seed come for contraception. Stay for unintended heavy metal detox joke 1, reflecting bitter irony. The lecturer then unveils a human womb model crafted from wax and glass tubes, tracing the path of oils and poultices applied centuries earlier. He pours a mock roux infusion into the cervix canal and watches it pool ineffectively, insisting mechanical barriers section 10 offered more predictable results. He drips warm vinegar onto wool fibers in a clasped glass funnel and measures pH changes. Ancient vinegar barriers indeed altered acidity, but not enough to guarantee contraception. Historians still argue whether pH alone could inhibit spermatozoa without burning tissue. Open scholarly debate. You nod at the demonstration, admiring methodical rigor amid scented candlelight. A scholar in the corner adjusts a parchment volvella. Section 3's translation halls, aligning moon phases with herbal potency claims. He mocks lunar planting lore, demonstrating that mandrake oils harvested under different moon phases show no chemical variance. His dry observation, "Nature ignores our timekeepers," elicits murmurs of assent. Fringe officious rumor claims he secretly replaced mandrake samples with spinach extract to test colleagues' faith, a mischievous twist on academic prankery that earned him the nickname Walnut Galileo. You grin at the sly story spinach-colored conspiracy joke, 2 sowing seeds of laughter. Behind you, a row of students examines printed herbals. Section 24's Gerards and Fuchses cross-referencing recipes with laboratory samples. One student notes that Silphion substitutes like asafoetida proved more stomach-churning than contraceptive, causing patients to avoid herbs altogether. Another points out that bulky pessaries, Sections 7 and 9, often leaked or caused infection, muddying any efficacy claims with unintended side effects. Both raise doubts about medieval reliance on soft anecdotes rather than controlled trials. Historians still argue whether these observations marked the true beginning of clinical skepticism or simply reflected shifting gendered authority and medicine open scholarly debate. A gentle hush falls as an elder professor recalls the Paduan University's 16th century decree banning unsafe and untested remedies explicitly targeting folk contraceptives. He reads the decree's Latin nullus adipiscatur oleum rute sine permissione. Let no one obtain rue oil without oversight. Monastic Permissions Section 11 gave way to civic regulations, a mainstream fact signaling medical professionalization. The professor's grave tone underscores how skepticism often became regulation, blending scientific caution with social control. You feel the tension progress or new restriction. The lecture concludes with a demonstration of analytical distillation. A small alembic glints under torchlight as rue oil condenses into tiny pearlescent beads. The lecturer compares distilled yields to crude infusions, highlighting vast discrepancies. He pronounces that only purified extracts unavailable to most laywomen met any plausible threshold for efficacy. Consequently, he declares popular methods, however, earnest rest on shaky pharmacology. Historians still argue whether this early chemistry accurately reflected medieval practice or simply dismissed it to elevate emerging scientific elites' open scholarly debate. You inhale the rue's faint aroma and nod, acknowledging how purity can both clarify and exclude. As you exit the hall, the night air wraps around you, carrying the echo of measured debate. In the courtyard beyond, moonlight dances over gravel path section 17. But tonight they glisten with a different weight, the promise of empirical rigor shadowing ancient remedies. You pass a group of novice scholars sharing whispered quotes from the lecture, debating if skepticism itself can become dogma. They reference charm reels, Section 23 and spa rituals, Section 21 wondering if any method, ancient or arcane, can withstand the crucible of reason. You pause beneath an arch, recalling laughter in midwife cottages, Section 19, and bawdy ballads at fairs, Section 20. These voices clash comfortingly with critical voices inside. The world of Renaissance skepticism challenged inherited lore, yet often at the cost of sidelining women's experiential knowledge. You reflect on the paradox: progress for the academy, but potential loss for everyday folk. A twitter of nightbirds drifts from the lavender hedges, reclaiming the courtyard's hush. In that stillness, you sense how skepticism carved pathways to modern science, even as it closed doors on older forms of agency. You breathe deeply, letting the scent of rue and mortar stones fade into memory before stepping forward into a broader landscape where Silphium's downfall and early modern publications await in the final chapters of this nocturnal odyssey. You wander into a dusky archive lined with glass display cases and candlelit plaques detailing ancient Cyrene's verdant plains, once the sole home of Silphium, the legendary contraceptive herb whose fate became a cautionary tale in botanical lore. By late antiquity, Silphium's wild stands had been harvested to extinction mainstream fact, and only rare resin fragments remained in apothecaries' stores across the Mediterranean. You trace your finger along a faded map showing Cyrenaica's lost groves, feeling the hush of centuries fold around you like a withered leaf. Silphium's decline began as early as the 1st century CE, when demand outpaced sustainable harvest. Romans prized its resin more dearly than gold, using it in diets, medicines, and even as a political gift. Historians still argue whether overgrazing by imported sheep or climate shifts dealt the final blow to its survival. Open scholarly debate. You can almost hear shepherds' bleats echo across bare plains, where no stems sprouted, each bleat a silent lament for a plant lost to human appetite. A small glass vial sits at the archive's center, containing a single lump of blackened resin once sold in Alexandria's market stalls. You lift it gently, inhaling a faint, celery-like sweetness mixed with dank earth. Fringe tradition claims merchants salvage such fragments from shipwrecks off Crete, charging fortunes for sea-soaked Sylphian, believed to retain full potency, quirky tidbit that speaks to desperation and myth-making in equal measure. You grin at the idea of botanical treasure hunters diving among coral for contraceptive booty. Alongside of the vial, a collection of printed herbals. Gerard's English. Herbal Dodoin's Latin Pharmacopoeia display ornate woodcuts of silphium leaves, thumbed in the margins by eager readers. Section 24. Their captions lament. Silphion perished. No seeds remain, a warning echoed by apothecaries forced to substitute ferula resin or asafoetida in its place. These substitutes, you recall from Section 15's spice root influence, carried similar aromas but lacked the famed efficacy, or at least the allure of true silphium. You step closer to a holographic display showing chemical analyses. Modern scholars detected compounds in silphium resin that influenced uterine muscle contractions, yet those same compounds degrade upon exposure to air and heat. Historians still argue whether ancient preparations included stabilizing agents like the lead shavings joked about in Section 25, or if resin sold through intermediaries lost potency long before consumption. Open scholarly debate. Either way, the herb's extinction cut off any chance for modern verification. Above a dim fresco depicts a coriander-like plant labeled Silphion, its graceful stalks arching toward the sun, an artistic tribute rather than botanical accuracy. You recall Section 3's Byzantine translations, where Silphion's descriptions morphed into legends of stalks rising over 3 feet tall. Fringe lore even claimed that a single silphium stalk once fed a courtroom's entire entourage, another tall tale in a blooming garden of exaggeration. You chuckle softly. When your best contraceptive also doubles as salad fodder, you've hit aromatic gold joke one, seasoning the scholarly air. The archive guide gestures to a ledge displaying late medieval pennyroyal sprigs and rue leaves labeled Silphion Substitutes. Monastic Records Section 11's Ecclesiastical Edicts show how church permissions for rue tea increased dramatically post-extinction as abbots sought approved alternatives. You examine a cluster of dried rue, its pungent scent filling the alcove like a ghostly echo of a plant no longer living. You muse Silphium's lost rue's gain, pondering how one herb's demise fueled another's fame. A second display case holds personal letters between apothecaries lamenting Silphium's loss. One writer pledges to seek ferula substitutes in Tunis, another mourns, "No resin left for the queen's wellness." The latter letter is stamped with a wax seal shaped like a Silphium seed pod, an emblem now more symbolic than scientific. Historians still argue whether such letters reflect genuine pharmaceutical desperation or performed rhetorical mourning to drive demand and prices even higher. Open scholarly debate. A projection glints to life, simulating a rotating 3D model of Silphium's heart-shaped seed pod. You lean in, marveling at its delicate symmetry seeds once believed to carry the plant's soul. You think of Section 9's pessary innovations and wonder how many of these resin fragments were lost in barrier mixtures rather than preserved for posterity. A wry smile crosses your face. Limited edition. Resin sold out in all antique shops joke too. Cycling through the silent hall. The final exhibit features a reconstructed apothecaries counter from 14th century Venice with empty jars labeled Silphionium and Silphioresina as faded reminders. Quaint modern replicas of Silphium skeps woven baskets used for storage sit, unused beside olive oil maceration jars turned instead toward rue and pennyroyal. You recall Section 8's contraceptive tonics and Section 16's sleek salves, seeing how each method adapted when the golden resin ran dry. You move to a lectern bearing a recent scholar's paper, The Shadow of Silphium in Modern Herbalism. It argues that Silphium's story seeded a persistent romanticization of botanical magic in today's natural birth control movements. Historians still debate whether this nostalgia honors ancestral ingenuity or misleads consumers with mythic expectations. Open scholarly debate. You trace the paper's conclusion. Silphium's legacy shapes modern herbal dreams much more than any proven effect. A poignant reminder that human hope outlives the plants we lose. As you step away, the hush of the archive deepens. You carry with you the sensory artifacts, the black resin's faint sweetness, the rule-bound rue sprigs, the ghostly seed pod's shape. Silphium's downfall underscores a cautionary tale of overharvest climatic change and unchecked demand, a lesson whispered through centuries of herbal lore. You exit into the courtyard's moonlit hush, recalling Section 17's ambient symphony as water drips from fountains and gravel shifts underfoot, each sound echoing Silphium's silent absence. The night air carries the lingering scent of rue and coriander, a botanical palest shadow of Africa's lost plains. You breathe deeply, letting Silphium's story settle into your bones like the final note in a nocturnal symphony. Though extinct, its echo remains etched in monastic manuscripts, printed herbals and whispered charms, an enduring testament to humanity's quest for agency, even as we learn the price of botanical hubris. You slip into the vaulted reading room of a candlelit scriptorium-turned-library, where the scent of fresh paper mingles with lingering beeswax, and the bustle of printing presses has given way to hushed, studious murmurs. Here, early modern authors poring over both ancient manuscripts and new observations codified contraceptive methods in published works mainstream fact. You settle at a polished walnut desk beneath oil lamps, the glow illuminating piles of pamphlets and quartos, promising secret remedies for menstrual regulation and family planning. In your hands is Thomas Tryon's 1682 tract on wonders of nature, its pages browned at the edges. He devotes a chapter to herbs and waters to temper the womb, recommending sage infusion baths and mullein oil pessaries. Tryon quotes earlier herbalists but adds his own note, "Tempered must be by gentle heat, not scalding scorn, a playful admonition emphasizing moderate application." Historians still argue whether Tryon's added commentary reflected genuine experimentation or mere literary flourish to distinguish his text in a crowded market. Open scholarly debate. You smile at his poetic footnotes, feeling the thrill of an author blending science and style. Beside Tryon's pamphlet lies a leather-bound copy of Nicholas Culpeper's Complete Herbal, first published in 1653. You flip to the entry on pennyroyal culpepper endorses the plant for expelling the afterbirthing seed, but warns overuse brings fainting fit. He cross-references astrology advising use only when the moon is in Virgo mainstream fact, intertwined with celestial lore. A fringe tidbit note in the margin claims some women secretly dipped pinches of pennyroyal into ale at village alehouses to avoid detection. You murmur cosmic birth control now on tap. Joke 1 swirling through the lamp-lit air. Next to Culpeper rests an ornate quarto by John Gerard called The Herbal Reissued with New Corrections. In this early modern edition, Gerard laments silphium's loss but praises substitutes such as laserwort and asafoetida, noting their scent strong enough to chase lovers from your bedchamber, a humorous aside that belies his serious catalog. Historians still argue whether Gerard's corrections improved botanical accuracy or reflected commercial pressure to include exotic species. Open scholarly debate. You tap the page thoughtfully. When your remedy doubles as a febrifuge and a love deterrent, you know you've covered all bases. A student at a nearby desk consults William Salmon's 1696 Pharmacopoeia Londinensis, a compendium of approved remedies. Salmon offers a recipe for diuretic electuary, combining dill seed coriander and honey to draw away scant humors. He notes that women seeking spacing might take 2 spoonfuls nightly, mainstream fact repackaged for medical practitioners. A fringe rumor jotted in pencil warns that certain apothecaries secretly added small amounts of lead acetate to preserve these electuaries, a scandalous detail. Modern scholars doubt quirky tidbit that underscores early modern skepticism about commercial authenticity. You raise an eyebrow. Lead-laced bedtime treats, hardly comforting joke 2, flickering between the quills. You lean toward a shelf of pamphlets bound in plain calfskin. One titled Paracelsian Secrets expounds alchemical tinctures to separate seed from superfluous blood. It instructs readers to boil rue in quicksilver, then distill the vapor into oils, an esoteric fringe practice, echoing Section 25's Renaissance skepticism and alchemy. Historians still argue whether any practitioner risked mercury toxicity in pursuit of such methods, or if the recipes remained theoretical curiosities. Open scholarly debate. You sniff the pamphlet's musty pages. Mercury as birth control. Go ahead. See your dentist next week. Joke 3 reluctantly bubbling to the surface. Beyond these, you spot a curious 1701 Bristol pamphlet, The Midwife's Manual, printed without author attribution. Its unassuming pages list household recipes, barley water tansy baths, and mustard poultices with short testimonials. A.B. testimonial used barley, thrice blessed relief. This grassroots publication democratized oral traditions from Section 22's peasant lore, preserving them in print for wider audiences. Historians still argue whether such manuals empowered women or opened them to quackery by codifying unverified folk recipes. Open scholarly debate. You touch the title page gently as though handling fragile trust. A scholarly edition of Joan Pauletti's 1545 Italian Herbal sits on a stand. She was one of few women credited in early modern compendia. Pauletti's entries on rue and mugwort emphasize maternal well-being alongside contraception, framing fertility control as health maintenance rather than moral transgression, an inclusive perspective rare for its time. A hidden marginal note by a later reader praises her tone. She writes with sisterly wisdom. You feel a warm resonance. When the author's gender matters, you know it's groundbreaking, an implicit joke acknowledging her quiet revolution. A final volume catches your eye, Richard Rees's 1757 The Herbal or General History of Plants, which compiles centuries of entries from Dioscorides to Culpeper. Its entry on violet notes its dual role in salves section 7 and tonics section 8, demonstrating the endurance of certain herbs across epochs. Rees criticizes earlier authors from their verbosity but preserves their recipes with scholarly level annotations. Historians still debate whether such compendiums eroded local knowledge by centralizing formulas or preserved diverse traditions before they vanished open scholarly debate. You close the tome with a reflective nod. When everyone's voice crowds the page, do we still hear the whispers? You lean back, the soft crackle of candle wicks accompanying your thoughts. Early modern publications bridged monastic secrecy and folk practice with Prince Reach, preserving and transforming herbal contraceptive lore. From apothecary guides to midwife manuals, each work represented a step toward accessible knowledge, yet each also courted skepticism and regulation. As you step from the study into the courtyard's cool night air, the scent of aged paper clings to your fingers. Lanterns glow under the elm trees, their branches tracing patterns like botanical keys across shadowed walls. You breathe deeply, carrying printed pages' promise and peril into the final chapters ahead where survival in folk medicine and modern legacies await, beckoning you onward through sections 28 to 30. You push open a low cottage door and step into a humble kitchen where the hearth's warm glow flickers against rough-hewn beams. Despite centuries of official bans, folk medicine's contraceptive recipes survived here, mainstream fact passed hand to hand in quiet resilience. You settle on a worn oak stool beside a brick oven where a small pot simmers with tansy and barley water, its steam curling like whispered secrets. A matronly woman named Hilda ladles a cup of the bitter brew for you. She invites you to taste it, cautioning a swallow before dusk. You sip the barley's huskiness, undercuts tansy's camphor bite, reminding you of Section 22's peasant remedies, but distilled into a daily ritual. Historians still argue whether tansy's emetic strength actually deterred conception or simply cleaned guts to discourage intimacy, open scholarly debate. You murmur nothing says family planning, like gastrointestinal drama joke one wrapping around the kettle's hiss. On a scarred wooden table, bundles of dried herbs lie alongside crooked notebooks bound in scratched leather. Hilda fingers a sprig of wild carrot seed bishop's seed, she whispers, reminiscent of Section 22's seed boxes. She scrapes seeds into her palm, pressing them into a flax cloth before dipping it in vinegar. For old wives and stubborn husbands, she adds with a wink. Fringe lore claims some farmers toss these vinegar seed bundles into baking pies, hoping their unsuspecting spouses would sample them unwittingly, a quirky tidbit that blends cunning with culinary tradition. You imagine a medieval bake sale of secret pies. Today's special seed surprise joke, too, tickling your thoughts. Beyond the kitchen, a small parlor holds a cradle repurposed as a storage nook for clay jars labeled in chalk. Rue brandy mugwort tapers. Nettle steep. Each jar's header echoes sections 8, 14, and 22 in miniature. Hilda lifts rue brandy, its dark liquid glinting under the lamp. She explains villagers steeped rue in local brandy for harsh winters, then shared small vials among kin as a winter spacing measure. The brandy's high alcohol content functioned as both preservative and gentle sedative, mainstream fact. Historians still argue whether alcohol carriers improved herb bioavailability or simply created an excuse for heavy drinking. Open scholarly debate. You sniff the brandy's sharp aroma and think, brandy birth control, at least it's tasty enough to forget why you're here. Joke 3, sliding into the smoky air. A cradleboard hangs on the wall woven from reeds and tied with scarlet ribbons. Hilda points out a secret pocket sewn into its liner once used to conceal a small sachet of pennyroyal for new mothers seeking child spacing. You recall Section 12's confessionals and Section 19's midwife circles, seeing how rural networks adapted apothecary innovations for home use. A small label warns replace monthly, indicating surprising attention to dosage timing. Even in informal contexts, a callback to Section 16's timed prayers. Historians still argue whether these homemade modifications helped or harmed women lacking professional guidance. Open scholarly debate. Near the hearth, a kettle of barley wine glows over embers. Hilda pours a thimbleful into tiny wooden cups and offers one to you. The sweet malt flavor warms your chest, peppered by pennyroyal's minty bite. She explains that barley wine's fermenting sugars both sweetened botanical bitterness and eased the drink's reputation as medicine, an edible echo of Section 20's fairground tonics. Fringe tradition claims some women carried barley wine in hollowed gourds strapped to their belts, sipping in secret between chores, a quirky precursor to medieval flask fashion. You lift the cup, whispering sip and spacing on the go. Joke 4, drifting on the fire's glow. On a pegboard above the mantel, clay whistles carved from mandrake root molds hang alongside sprigs of lavender. Villagers blew these whistles at dawn to signal herbal gatherings, echoing Section 17's brass novices' whistles. Their sound blended with morning birdsong to summon women for collective infusion sessions. You pluck a mandrake whistle and blow gently, its tone crackles like a forgotten lullaby. Historians still argue whether these communal events functioned as social bonding or covert midwife conferences. Open scholarly debate. A battered trunk near the hearth bears rolled-up flax mats used for mustard plasters. Hilda unrolls one soaked in crushed mustard seed and sheep's wool callback to Section 22's cottage poultices and presses it against your forearm. The burn is sharp but fleeting. She grins. If you can take this, you can take a tough conversation, then dabs a mugwort salve from a small bowl to ease the sting. The interplay of pain and relief embodies folk resilience, mainstream fact, and human cunning entwined. You nod, thinking medieval tough love for your uterus. Joke 5, flickering in the lamplight. A soft knock at the door heralds a neighbor bearing a woven basket of mead infused with ajwain and honey. The neighbor exchanges nods with Hilda before slipping away. Such barter networks sustained knowledge where written manuals could not reach. You remember Section 19's midwives' secret deliveries and Section 24's printed manuals democratizing knowledge, seeing rural tradition persisting alongside print commerce. Historians still debate whether these networks preserved authentic recipes or muddled them through hearsay. Open scholarly debate. As the fire dies low, Hilda gathers her herbs and notebooks, pressing a sprig of mugwort into your hand. For dreams and discretion, she says softly. You feel the soft leaves against your palm, an heirloom of ancestral wisdom. The cottage's hush deepens, filled with crackling embers and heavy velvet night. You rise each step carrying the weight of rural women's ingenuity under restrictive climates. Stepping outside of the cool night air wraps around you as fireflies wink in grass. Gravel crunches beneath your boots recall Section 17's cloister paths, guiding you back to broader worlds. In this cottage, folk medicine endured through barter brew and whispered charms, weaving practical care into daily life. Despite suppressions and skepticism, these customs survived quiet revolts against doctrine testament to communal solidarity in the humblest homes. You turn toward the moonlit fields, herbs bundled for tomorrow's rites tucked into your cloak. The cottage's lamplight fades, leaving you cradled by rural wisdom's gentle hum. Carry these seeds of folklore onward as you journey through the final chapters where modern herbal legacies await, in the dawn of natural birth control movements, and the dreamscape of reflection closes this 2-hour odyssey. You step into a bright, airy apothecary shop that hums with quiet energy shelves lined with glass jars of dried herbs, tinctures, and small chalkboard signs scribbled in modern script. The scent of lavender, chamomile, and peppery pennyroyal mingles in the light breeze from an open-window mainstream fact, as many contemporary herbalists still draw on medieval plants for holistic wellness. You weave between wooden display tables that showcase row upon row of labeled packets. Mugwort Dream Pillow. Mix rue tincture for seasonal spacing and wild carrot seed capsules. It feels like a living bridge from cloistered gardens and medieval midwives' cottages. Sections 1 and 19 to 21 Saint Century Natural Birth Control Movements. A friendly herbalist greets you in a linen apron embroidered with botanical motifs. She hands you a small glass vial of pennyroyal oil distilled in-house. Use sparingly, she cautions, recalling pennyroyal's toxicity at higher doses. Modern toxicologists confirm that pennyroyal's polygon compound can harm the liver if misused, mainstream fact. Historians still argue whether traditional pennyroyal teas ever approached these toxic thresholds, or whether diluted folk preparations stayed safely below harm levels. Open scholarly debate. You unscrew the cap and inhale its minty, almost smoky aroma, thinking contemporary caution meets medieval potency, joke one flickering in your mind. On a nearby table, a display titled Medieval Women's Wisdom holds jars of dried silphium substitutes asafoetida and laser pydium, alongside pamphlets outlining their historic use. Section 15. A printed guide quotes early modern authors like Culpeper and Salmon. Section 27, while a modern comment beneath notes, not FDA approved for contraception, a reminder of regulatory shifts. You brush your fingertips over the printed lines that celebrate ancestral knowledge, but also emphasize scientific gaps. Fringe tidbit. Some herbal co-ops sell silphium-inspired soap bars, inviting customers to bathe in legend, blending medieval myth with modern marketing. You murmur legendary lather for legendary lore joke too. Dancing with the shop's aroma. A small workshop area hosts a build-your-own dream pillow station, where patrons choose combinations of mugwort, lavender, chamomile, and hops echoes of Section 14's dream-inducing herbs. You select a mesh sachet and fill it with soft, dried flowers, then pause to trace the lavender's calming fragrance. A sign encourages participants to whisper your intentions, a modern twist on medieval dream rituals. Historians still argue whether ritualized intentions affected perceived herb efficacy or simply enhanced placebo effects through psychological suggestion. Open scholarly debate. You whisper, may your dreams be as soothing as medieval lullabies, tucking the pillow under your arm. Behind the counter, a testimonial board is peppered with handwritten notes. I tried the rue tincture for 2 months. Light periods, no side effects. Wild carrot seed capsules gave me spacing confidence. My skin broke out from pennyroyal paste. Be careful. These modern Yelp-style reviews echo the confessionals and folk feedback of sections 12 and 22, demonstrating a continuity of personal experience shaping communal knowledge. You read one note that cautions mixing sage and ginger infusion with alcohol, another call back to Section 8's tonics, and smile at how lived experience remains the ultimate arbiter of herbal practice. A wooden shelf displays a herbal contraception timeline poster, charting Silphium's extinction section, 26 medieval monastic remedies. Sections 1-7, Renaissance print compendia. Sections 24-27 folk traditions. Sections 19-22 and modern herbal revival. You trace your finger along each era's icons: a mandrake root, a printed press, a midwife's basket, a mason jar of tincture. At the timeline's end, an arrow points forward reading, "Your story next." It invites you to contribute to living tradition, reminding you that herbalism is a perpetually evolving conversation. Nearby, a small display titled Modern Research features recent studies investigating herbal extracts' uterine effects. You scan infographics showing laboratory assays of rue's aromodendrone compounds and wild carrot seeds' phytoestrogens. Researchers still debate whether these compounds in realistic dosages achieve effective contraception in humans or function mainly as uterine tonics. Open scholarly debate. You nod, appreciating both the rigorous science and the echoes of medieval trial and error. A digital kiosk offers a quiz which medieval herb matches your needs. You select desire, discrete spacing, and the screen recommends a gentle lavender rosemary body oil blend, recalling Section 16's bedchamber salves. You chuckle at the quiz's cheeky tone. Your vibe: silent garden ritual. It feels like medieval recipes, tindrified joke, three murmuring beneath the shop's gentle hum. On a side table, a woven basket holds herbal starter kits packaged in canvas pouches. Beginner's Rue Kit, Pessary Essentials, and Dreamwork Deluxe. Each kit includes small instructions referencing medieval steps. Harvest at dawn if you dare, and infuse under wax candlelight. Playful nods to sections 7 and 14. You pick up the Pessary Essentials kit, weighing its small glass sphere, reminiscent of oil pessaries once encased in muslin. A disclaimer notes: consult a healthcare provider first. Modern sensibility balances medieval curiosity, urging safety over folklore alone. A passing customer compliments the herbalist on her incredible lavender salve, noting it helped soothe anxiety rather than prevent pregnancy. The herbalist laughs, explaining that while some customers seek spacing, others simply find comfort in these age-old scents. You recall Section 17's ambient cloister soundscape and Section 21's royal aromatherapy battles, seeing how medieval sensory rituals persist as wellness practices today. The herbalist invites you to a free herbal contraception 101 workshop scheduled for next week. She promises to cover medieval history, modern research, safety considerations, and hands-on tincture making. You imagine a group workshop where participants weigh dried seeds, stir oils, and swap stories, an echo of medieval midwife circles fused with New Age community. Historians still argue whether such workshops empower informed choices or risk casualizing potent remedies. Open scholarly debate. You sign up feeling part of a continuum that stretches from monastery gardens to modern apothecaries. As you leave the shop's wooden door clicks softly behind you and the bell above jingles in farewell. The dusk air carries the shop's herbal bouquet, a gentle reminder that medieval herbal contraceptive methods continue to thrive, adapted, studied, regulated, and celebrated in contemporary practice. You walk down a cobblestone street lined with murals depicting botanical motifs, each step echoing footsteps through cloister arches, section 17, and courtyard fairs, section 20. With your sachet of dream herbs at your side and a vial of rue tincture in your pocket, you carry forward the legacy of medieval herbalism into the modern age, proof that human ingenuity and the desire for agency weave through time like an unbroken thread of green. You step into the hushed lavender grove at the edge of the abbey grounds where tall stalks sway in a gentle night breeze, and moonlight filters through feathery leaves, casting soft, shifting patterns across the cobblestones. This final reflection draws together centuries of whispered knowledge from monastic garden rows. Section 1 to printed herbals, Section 24 from secret midwife networks, Section 19 to modern apothecary shelves. Section 29 mainstream fact underpins each quiet step you take. You pause by a low stone bench, its surface cool and firm, and let the ambient hush cradle your senses. A vine-wreathed fountain gurgles softly nearby, its water sourced from the same cisterns that once tested herb steeping, Section 1's physic garden and fed oil infusions in hidden chambers. Section 7. You dip a fingertip into a shallow pool, feeling the cool current slip beneath your skin, and recall the rituals timed by prayers and canonical hours. Section 16's bedchamber pacing, and Section 10's treatment schedules. Historians still argue whether these structured pauses served primarily as medicinal intervals or as moments of shared contemplation, open scholarly debate. Above the lavender's purple blossoms release a calming aroma that drifts through your hair and down your collar. You remember the lay sisters harvesting lavender bundles. Section 6, and the bedchamber sprigs symbolizing consent. Section 16, sensing how this plant threaded through every stage of medieval contraception. A fringe tidbit flutters to mind: some convents tucked lavender sachets into monastic scroll cases, believing its scent preserved ink from fading, an unexpected side effect of botanical stewardship. You smile at the idea of manuscripts perfumed like pillows. The gravel path beneath your feet crunches in muted accompaniment to the fountain's murmur. This path first laid to improve drainage in garden beds. Section 1 now guides you through centuries of practice. Each step echoing scriptorium clacks Section 2 and crowd hums at seasonal fairs. Section 20. You lean against a column wrapped in ivy, its rough bark cool under your palm, and allow your breathing to sync with the soft orchestration of nature and human craft. You lift your gaze to the stars beyond the arches, recalling moonlit mandrake digs. Section 4 lunar-influenced tinctures. Section 3's volvels and moonlight baths for queens, Section 21. The same lunar cycles guided medieval harvests and modern herbal workshops alike. Section 29's moonlight brewing. You sense how celestial rhythms have anchored herbal timing from ancient gardens to contemporary practice. Historians still debate whether moonlight imbued herbs with measurable potency or simply deepened ritual resonance, open scholarly debate. A soft laugh drifts through your memory. The midwives' giggles as they slipped seed-infused loaves to unsuspecting courtiers. Section 19. The smith's rue-strewn iron cooled at the key, Section 15, and the puppet midwife's comedic misadventures at the fair, Section 20. Humor has always danced alongside necessity, reminding you that even in seriousness, gentleness, and wit light the path. You take a small vial of dream herb tincture from your pouch, echoing Section 14's nocturnal apothecaries, and uncork its cork. The mingled scents of mugwort, henbane, and violet rise like a whispered lullaby, inviting your mind to drift. You recall the scriptorium's dream mandalas and midwife charms. Section 23 feeling how dreamwork complemented contraception in a holistic embrace of body and mind. Below your feet, the lavender's roots intertwine beneath the stones like ancient veins carrying botanical bloodlines. You close your eyes and inhale, letting each breath carry you backward and forward through time. Gardens tended by novices, codices illuminated by candlelight, apothecary counters polished by velvet-clad hands, cottage hearths warmed by barley brews, and modern hands crafting sachets in artisan shops. As your eyelids grow heavy, you sense the tapestry of herbal heritage wrap you in gentle assurance. The sky above hums with distant crickets, their chorus echoing Section 17's cloister soundscape, a living canon of ambient care. You feel centered between earth and sky, past and present, held in a lineage of whispered remedies. You rise dusting gravel from your robes and walk slowly toward the gate. Each step now lighter, carried by the weightless memories you gather, rue's bitter whisper, lavender's sweet solace, silphium's lost legend, and the enduring human impulse to seek agency through nature's gifts. You carry these threads forward, weaving them into your own dreams and healing a living testament to centuries of shared intention. Softly now let your thoughts unfurl like petals drifting on a gentle stream. Each moment slower, each breath deeper. Feel the cool stone bench beneath you dissolve into the hush of night as the lavender's fragrance settles into your bones. The rhythmic drip of the fountain becomes your heartbeat steady and unhurried, guiding you toward ease. Imagine the gardens fading into a distant dream, their neat rows of rue and pennyroyal blurring into soft swaths of silver green. Recall the quiet scribe's quill, its gentle scratch now a whisper beneath layers of memory. Let the scent of beeswax and vellum mingle with the lavender's calm, drawing your mind into a warm cocoon of sensory peace. Hear the distant echo of midwives' laughter at moonlit fairs now transformed into soft laughter, rippling through your mind a lullaby of shared resilience. Taste the honey-spiced warmth of medieval tonics on your tongue now, sweet comfort rather than medicine. Feel the brush of velvet curtains and the cool hush of gravel under bare feet, each sensation slowing the pulse of awareness. Allow the legacy of herbal wisdom, garden origins, secret yeasts, hidden manuscripts, bedside rituals to settle like a gentle mist within you. Let every leaf, every root, every whispered prayer woven through centuries guide you into a deeper stillness. The sky above, flecked with stars, cradles you in its vast softness. Now on the final ripple of this nocturnal symphony, surrender fully to the hush. Your breath, your body, your mind align with the quiet earth. Sleep beckons with outstretched arms, promising dreams as rich as moonlit gardens and as serene as candlelit cloisters. Rest here, embraced by ancient care and gentle wonder until dawn's first light whispers you awake. Sweet dreams,